Welcome to the January 23rd, 2013 business meeting of Richmond Community Schools Board of School Trustees. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, now we're going to have our mission statement read, which is what we work toward during each of our meetings.
Graduate students who are literate, responsible, proficient in state and national standards, and college career ready.
Thank you, and that was read by Aaron Stevens, and Dixie Robinson is going to read our vision statement.
By 2020, Richmond Community Schools will be the highest performing school system in East Central Indiana.
Okay, next is our public commentary. The Board of School Trustees recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on corporation matters. We have a protocol that we have established, and we have set aside two 30-minute periods for public comment during each board meeting, and this is one of those 30-minute periods. We ask that each person displays appropriate decorum and that you limit your comments to 5 minutes. With that said, do we have anyone signed up?
We do. We have two people. First, Dave Stidham, and next, Geraldine Day.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Stidham.
Well, thank you. Good to be here. I really came for the hearings. I'll be here for the hearings, which I want to hear about them and comment on them. But I have some questions for the board that are about the bond issue, and they are financial issues that are not project specific. And so I wonder if I could at least get the questions on the table tonight. I don't expect answers in 5 minutes. I understand your protocol. And I also understand there's going to be a meeting perhaps next week. Would that be correct?
We are going to discuss that tonight.
Okay.
Yes.
And then if some of my questions need to be answered later, that's fine. This is not a gotcha game, but there are questions that I feel as a citizen now that I want, and knowing what I remember, I want to ask these questions, get them on the table. And the first one is a burning question of mine that I can't figure out, and I would like an answer for it tonight if we can, and that is, well, first of all, let me congratulate the new board officers, Linda, Jeff, Suzanne, and it's nice to know that we can have a peaceful transfer of power in Wayne County, and but I think it's good. I think I'm happy with all of you. And anyway, my question is on the bond issue, that I attended the meeting on December, the work session, and the one agenda item was financial opportunity. And that opportunity was to repurpose, using your words, the bond tax rate from the test bond, to repurpose that for another 6.5 years and borrow $8 million for 6.5 years at 2% interest, and the interest cost is going to be $702,000. Remember that number. The annual debts, we're using the debt service rate of the 1024. It produces $1,430,000 a year for debt service. I'm familiar with that. That's the test deal. and you wanted to keep the debt service and the tax rate the same. I get back from a trip, and I read the papers, and on January the 6th, we scaled the project back to $6 million, which was met with some good news. But what I don't understand is why we extended the maturity to 10 years rather than shorten the maturity to something else. And I also noticed that the tax rate that you were defending to keep, you wanted to keep, went down to 4.5 cents. The new deal is the $6 million bond deal for 10 years. The interest rate was bumped up a quarter of a point to 2.25, which obviously it's a longer-term deal. And the interest is $764,000 because of the longer term and a higher interest rate. Normally, when you trim your project from 8 to 6 and you had the debt service at a 10.24, you would shorten the maturity rather than lengthen the maturity. And I looked at your deal that's on the table now, the $6 million deal, at the old debt service rate, would pay off in 4.5 years at the original rate that you wanted to repurpose. You would have a 4.5 year loan, and I know the rate would be lower than 2, because the shorter you get on your maturity, the better the rates. But I'm using a 2% rate because that's what's on was on the original 6-year deal. But if your deal would pay off in 4.5 years, your interest cost would drop all the way down to $298,000. And there's a difference between what you have on the table and what I'm presenting of $466,000, and because the taxpayer will have to pay for your bonds for 10 years rather than 4.5 years. I can't figure it out. I know you use Lonnie Thurber and Brock. I don't know if anybody here from Thurber and Brock that helps you structure these things, but I strongly am against the bond issue to begin with. But if you do it, I strongly suggest that you use the original tax rate, which keeps it the same. It doesn't drop. It's where you were strongly on December the 10th, all of you, and pay it off in 4.5 years and save us enough money to do HVAC in one of your buildings. Now, do anybody have any questions about that one? Can you answer why did you go 10 years instead of 4.5 and drop the rate from 10 cents to 4.5 cents?
We can talk about that later, or I can answer.
Well,
throw an answer at you.
Well, I prefer to hear from the board, if I could.
So,
I would prefer that. Does any board member have any comment about that? I mean, I did read in the paper where you all are the decision makers, and you're put here by the public to make the decision, but does anybody have any comment?
the proposal before the board is from the superintendent, and I would be glad to talk about
Okay.
why we've kept that or made that proposal
Okay.
change.
I just wanted to give the board a chance.
But
to
I
speak
will
for-
do that at that time during the hearings.
Okay, okay. My next question is, and I'm going to run out of time, I know.
You have.
Huh? Okay.
You have.
Can I just read off the questions and sit down? I mean, I know it's.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know who-
fine.
That's fine with
Go right
Okay.
ahead.
My next question was that when you trimmed the project from 6 million to 2 million, what happened to that $2 million? You know, those projects that went away, are they gone for good? Are you going to refinance them? Are you anticipating more bond issues? How are those projects from the high school and the technology going to be financed? My third question is, excuse me here. In 2012, you invested about over $7 million of your cash reserves into fixed assets. In 2013, you're asking to borrow $6 million from us to invest into fixed assets. And my question is that considering the declining enrollment, which has caused some weakness in the general fund, why did you invest heavily in fixed assets rather than in the classroom supporting students, teachers, and curriculum? In other words, why didn't you invest in trying to improve your product rather than trying to improve your building? My fourth question is that RCS receives about $5 million per year for capital improvements. Why isn't that enough? My fifth question is, since 2010, when RCS lost $1.75 million from their operation, RCS has struggled to balance the budget in the general fund. Last year, in 2012, you closed 3 schools in order to balance the budget. So why are you projecting your operation in 2013, this year, to have a negative carry of $845,000, and 2014 a negative balance, an operating loss in 2014 of $787,000. You were supposed to have a balanced budget in 2012, which you did, but it did not hold through 2013 or 2014. And that comes right from your board report that you have today. It's called the Income and Expense Report. Those aren't my numbers, they're yours. Over the next 2 years, you're projecting another loss of $1,632,000. My last question is, I go back to the employee benefits, and at RCS, what I call the all-in cost of employee benefits to salary ratio has risen to over 40%. My question is, and that's for every dollar of salary you spend 40 cents in benefits. And my question is that ratio, in your opinion, too high, too low, or just about right for this region? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, are we allowed to make any comment at all? I mean, I know,
It's an agenda item later.
well, I think some of the questions that Mr. Stidham was asking, I think is some of the questions that we still have to yet go through and answer ourselves before we vote on the proposal. So, I mean, it's not like the decisions have been made.
Right.
That's why it's on the agenda. though.
Right.
Thank you. So is that what you wanted to?
Say,
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next.
Geraldine Day.
Good evening.
Hi, I am Geraldine Day, and the reason I am here this evening, last time I was here, it was over the closing of Garrison, but the reason I'm here this evening is my son now attends Charles, for which is awesome, and thank all of you that he got there. But the reason I am here is to say, I am upholding that Charles does need the rooms built on there, and I would like all of you to please consider what is asked to be done at Charles is, I would like for all of you to please take into consideration to do that for them. It is well deserved, and it's it is needed. And then on the, we are in that car lane every day. We are the first car there every day. We leave our house on 5th Street every day at 1:30. We get there and we put the sign in our car. They do an outstanding job with that. But if you do not leave in time to get there, you will quickly find yourself 3 or 4 blocks back. They line up fast, but it is, Mrs. Andrews does an outstanding job on doing that, but that's how it's done right now in the buses, and it's just, it's really awesome over there. It's really good. And anything that they need, I'm just asking for you to please consider in giving them that. The teachers and all of them, I can't express, they're number one to me. They're outstanding. And I would just appreciate it if you would please consider in giving them and what they need.
Thank you.
So that's why I'm here. I'm upholding Charles.
Thank you.
Thank you
Mrs.
very
Day.
much.
That's great.
For my notes, remind me her first name.
Geraldine?
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Stevens was asking. Your
I forgot your first name, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought, did I do something?
No.
No. You thought you were getting called down, didn't you? Okay, we are now ready to move to our public hearings.
Mr. Cross, would you like to explain the structure that we have for these hearings?
Dr. Borf, I think for the benefit of the public, we're here tonight to do what are known as 1028 hearings, the 1028 being the bill number that originally created this requirement. And let me explain the purpose of these hearings. In the first instance, it's a dialogue between the public, or the opportunity for the public to ask questions and the board to hear the public's input. The school is given an opportunity to explain the scope of the work comprising the project, the educational benefit to be derived from the project for the students in the community, and then an explanation of the proposed financing of the project. The public is given an opportunity to listen to the school corporation's presentation, to ask questions about the project, and then to express their opinions either in support of or objection to the project, and that is where the board is on the receiving end of that information. Now, we have 6 projects for which hearings have been advertised for this evening. It should be noted that 1028 hearings are only required if there is a proposed expenditure of at least $1 million in a particular building. And on 3 of these projects, Hibbard, Vale, and Westview, the proposal is not to spend at that level. But because these projects are being considered, financed, and, if you will, constructed at the same time as our 3 projects that do involve the expenditures of more than $1 million, Dennis, Charles, and the technology project itself, I think the board, its administration, and its advisors have wisely suggested that we hold opportunity for public input and public hearing on all 6 projects. So that has been advertised tonight, and ultimately, if the projects were to go forward, there would be project resolutions required for at least those 3 that involve expenditures of over $1 million. But I understand from talking with President Morgensen that we're not going to anticipate doing that this evening, that this evening is strictly for the explanation of the projects, the financing. Some of Mr. Stidham's issues may or may not be addressed in the presentations, and those that aren't, I'm sure there will be an adequate opportunity to research and intelligently address, and likewise to give the public an opportunity to have its say. So, any questions from the board as to what the purpose of this evening is? And obviously implicit in the outline is the board has opportunities to ask questions and make statements if they so desire.
Thank you. Dr. Borf, do you have any comments?
Well, I
Before we open.
would like to say that each of these projects will be discussed in 3 parts, and at any point during that time, we can entertain questions from the board or the public, but we will speak to the educational benefit, then the financial structure, and then the scope of the project. I will introduce by talking about the educational benefit. Mr. Coddington will talk about the financial structure and tax implication, and Mr. Mays will talk about the scope of the project.
Okay, we are now ready to open the public hearing for Dennis Intermediate School projects. Do I have a motion?
I so move.
Motion made by Jeff Slifer,
Second.
seconded by Aaron Stevens. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. The public hearing for Dennis Intermediate School is now open.
Under the term educational benefit, we have several points for the renovation of Dennis Intermediate School.
Dr. Bohr, before we get into that, could I make one notation for the record?
Go ahead.
We advertise each of these public hearings in a combined advertisement. I'd like to represent to the board and on the record that we have the publisher's claim, proof of publication, it was duly advertised, and I will provide that affidavit to Pam for inclusion in the minutes.
Thank you.
Apologize for interrupting.
First point I would make under an educational benefit would be the adequate and appropriate instructional space for the core classes. The building was designed as a junior high school many years ago. It's been renovated for purposes of junior high and middle school use. Now we have elementary school use in that facility, and in some of those spaces we still have need to reappropriate those spaces to make them conducive for the purposes they now serve. Mr. Mays will talk more about how we would actually be reconstructing space, but one of our educational benefits would be to make sure the teachers have and the students have the appropriate space that they need to conduct, especially the core classes of English, math, science, and social studies. Appropriate levels of lighting throughout the building would be one of the benefits. I think it goes without saying that when you're doing seat work, whether it's writing or reading, adequate lighting is important. And it's been some time since that building was renovated and lighting requirements have changed. The kind of lighting that can be used has also improved, and Mr. Mays will talk about some of that. Storage for instructional supplies in the classroom has changed as well. Secondary classrooms tend to be less equipped with storage. Elementary teachers bring many, many supplies, and it's simply a function of the type of instruction that's carried out, but elementary teachers tend to have more supplies necessary to keep at their fingertips than secondary teachers do. Consistent climate control throughout the building is also a function of the renovation, but it's also an educational benefit. To have a consistent climate throughout the building is good for comfort levels. And then one of the important features of a renovation of Dennis would be an enhancement of the security of the building. And as Mr. Mays talks about the renovation of the building, I'm sure he'll explain how, particularly in the front of the building, security is a major consideration. Any questions on those educational benefits? If there are none, then I would invite Mr. Coddington to talk to us about the financial structure and the tax implication of that project.
The $2 million that have been proposed for this project would be for the bond cost of $50,000, a design cost of approximately $120,000, the project cost for the educational benefit for $1,610,000, the bus drive for safety issues $190,000, contingency costs for unforeseen $30,000 for a total project cost of $2 million. Term of the lease 10 years. The tax rate for this project would be 1.5 cents for 10 years. The costs associated with the financing of this project are assumed in the one-time cost of the entire proposed bond issue, and the cost of the projects will not result in the change from the current tax rate. with the educational benefit defined, the financial structure and tax implication articulated, I'll turn it over to Mr. Mays to talk about the scope of the project, and when we talk about classroom renovations and bus drive, what that entails. Mr. Mays?
Before you go, Mr. Mays, Mr. Stidham has a question.
Is it appropriate to go section by section, or do you want me to wait till the end? Section by section, okay?
Sure.
On the finance part, you've been spending money at Dennis, haven't you, this past year?
We have been.
How much have you spent so far in cash?
Would you like to answer that? I can't.
Approximately 1.7 when the project's completed, 1.7 million.
The project you have right now?
Yes.
It's not paid for yet, not done and not
It's not
paid?
completed yet.
Okay. Is this the one that had that I read about this summer that was over, the bids came in way over your estimate, the $1 million deal or something like that?
Yes.
What was that all about?
Some of that project was a result of a change in design. We enhanced the design of that building. At one point, that gym was only a classroom gym. It became a spectator gym. It became an issue of whether we brick the gym all the way around or do a steel construction design. So those changed the whole.
So you went from, what, $1 million to $1.7 million, or what, how much?
It also was, we took the cafeteria. Don't forget that we renovated, put a new kitchen, cafeteria, and a gym
Okay.
to better adequately hold the 600 students other than the 400 that we had last
The
year.
point being, you have spent $1,700,000 or will
yes.
in cash. So even the cash I'm looking at right now is some of that cash is going to be going to this project. The
That's
cash.
correct.
Okay. And I think I read on one of your contingency lists that even after this $2 million is done, you got another $950,000 allocated towards future projects at Dennis. Is that correct?
I don't know that it was that much, but there is a future project in
HVAC, mechanical, and roof was a contingency of $950,000.
$950,000. So we got $2 million, $2.9 million, $3.9 million. So we got $4.6 million we're spending at Dennis. Or when you get done,
If that's what it adds up to, I'm sure
something like
that's-
that. I did it pretty quick. And how are you going to pay for the $950? The 900. Well, when you get done, you got $1.7 million in cash. You want to borrow $2 million from us. Okay, that's $3.7 million. You got $950 to go. When's that going to be done? How are you going to pay for that?
Go ahead.
What's your point?
Two ways. Two ways. One, we have $1.1 million of contingency money. We've identified $4 million of projects that may become due between now and 2020. And those were and I made those proposals at our December 8th meeting. Now, we had stated at that time we were going to use $1.7 million of that. We are not going to fight. If I knew which one of those roofs were going to leak, which boiler was going to go out, which HVAC, if I knew which ones were going to do it, we would have it in the bond issue. But we're going to fund that at $1.1 million, and the hope of the $4 million, only $1 million of it comes in. Now, in 2020, as you well know, we will get $1.8 million back in our CPF on a yearly basis, and then we can move forward.
1.7.
It's 1.8. $100,000 is either through bus replacement.
You said CPF.
And this year it was 1.8 CPF. So that's how it's being funded. The contingencies aren't being funded at 100%. They're only being funded at 25%.
Okay, I'm not sure I knew what you said, but I accept that. But the point being, do you contemplate any more bond issues to pay for these projects in the future?
Not between now and 2020, we do not.
Okay, thank you. Just as a matter of procedure, why do you pay cash up front and then finance something later, why not do this all at one time? Why do you break it up into, like say you got a project going on that you built the gym first, and then you're going to do the classrooms second, and then you're going to do the HVAC third. Did I get that right? And you're talking about climate control, or climate, but you've got a new HVAC coming somewhere between now and 2020.
The one we have is functional.
Fine.
Don't know, but it was put in 1987. It's functional today.
Well, did you talk about new climate control?
Well, there is new climate control in the project right now, and I can't say that we wouldn't be putting new units in some of the classrooms. But Mr. Coddington is right. What we're using
Okay.
what we have right now and in the immediate future.
You said that there'd be no change in the current tax rate. Isn't the current tax rate, you talking about the debt service tax rate, or what?
Debt service tax rate.
Isn't
yeah.
that current tax rate the 1070 or 1024?
It was in 2012, and for the first time since 2004, we got our 2013 tax rate in 2012, the last week of 2012, and the debt service rate came in at 4.5 cents.
No, you're going to keep the debt service rate at 1024. That's back to where I was before.
That was in December. That was when we were looking at, that's what we projected in December.
I think he doesn't know what the state did to that tax rate.
We have our 2013 tax rate. The 2013 tax rate is not 10.24 for debt service, it's 4.5. And it came down because...
Why would the state do that to you?
Would you like?
I mean,
it's very clear. It's very clear. What happened when we took out the test bond lease, that we got 3 payments in 2004. We put in that through tax shortfalls in the last 10 years, we don't have, we put in to get 2 payments so we could pay the taxes in 2013, which would have kept our tax rate at 10.24 cents. The state came in and said, we gave you that money because you don't have the money to pay that final payment. It's not my problem. Take it out of your general fund or your rainy day fund and give the taxpayers a break. We're only going to give you half of what you need to make the payment in 2013.
Am I sensing that you refinanced this thing because of that?
Absolutely,
That
because
this is why we're out at 10 years, and this is why you dropped from 8 to 6,
yes.
and this is why it's going to cost us another $466,000. I have no other questions.
Mr. Mace, you're up.
We'll start with the project we're dealing with, which is Dennis. The site plan we talked about is a safety issue and bus drop-off and pickup. And that's why we have 7th Street here and 8th Street over here, Northwest 8th Street. And we're going to line the buses up right through here rather than wrapping them around the parking lot, which is a safety issue for students. So we'll have our 12 buses lined up right through here, and then we're putting a concrete barrier in this location right here so that we do not have any pedestrian car traffic with bus traffic. So that's what strictly driven safety for the students, and that's what we're doing on the site plan.
So that's only wide enough for...
It's only wide enough for one bus.
One bus.
So, and the same thing, they do that at Charles, where the buses line up, and they know which one's next, and that's when they pull in, irregardless of what time they get there. So that the student always knows that his bus is the third bus, and that's always his bus. And we don't want anybody to pass, because we could have students there. And the buses will also be parked, as they do every place else, from the nose of the bus to the back of the bus, so nobody can walk between them. On the floor plan, we've updated this since the last time we talked, but basically what we're doing is, Dr. Borf explained, we're taking each classroom, all these classrooms right through here, they're all 5th and 6th grade classrooms, and we're going into those and we're putting in new lighting, and it's energy efficient lighting, green type lighting like we did at Hibbard, to also help reduce our energy cost. We're going to put new carpet on the floor, and we're going to put enough storage cabinets, which is 3 storage cabinets for the teacher to store her items that she has, and then we'll put in a typical computer station of 4 to 5 computers, which is what we do on every school in the system at this point, except for the high school. We're going to take the old slate chalkboards out, and we'll put, as we have now, the smart board in the front of the room, an 8-foot whiteboard right beside it. And that's typically a configuration of a 5th and 6th grade. What we're also going to add, in talking with the staff, and this is why it's important to talk with the staff, the 5th and 6th grades move around for science. We do not have any classrooms in the 5th and 6th grade that has sinks. So 4 of the 5th and 6th grades, we're going to put sinks, because they have a program in the 5th grade that requires water. And right now, they have to carry it in a bucket. So we're going to put sinks in 4 of the 5th and 6th grade classrooms. On this side of the building here, where we had band and orchestra and choir, now that we have orchestra at Hibbard, then the band is now performing on the stage. We have a 7th and 8th grade music room right here, and then we had a room in the middle, and then we had a 6th grade room here. All that space, now we're able to add another classroom where we have now the 7th and 8th grade band. The next room will have the 5th and 6th grade band, because right now, unfortunately, she's a traveling teacher, and that she has musical instruments for the students that she has a difficult time in traveling with those. So the 5th and 6th grade will have a music room. The present 6th grade will be right here, and that room is actually double the size as what a typical elementary school classroom is. So we're able to pick up another classroom right here, so that when a bubble comes through of 5th and 6th graders, we have a classroom space. What we're going to use it for right now is special ed. We have 6 teachers that travel the building in special ed, and that's going to be where their individual cubicles will be, is in that classroom. Coming down into the office suite area, this is the main entrance right now, and it's difficult to see. You have the main doors and then vestibule doors. We're going to add doors across the main hallway right here that will be locked at all times in entering the building, but will always be unlocked to leave the building in case of an emergency or when you dismiss, and it'll be open in the morning when you have students coming in. The parent pickup and drop-off is right out here on 7th Street. So the main thrust of students come in here, and those doors will be unlocked. Now, during normal school hours, this office will be reconfigured so that we have a pair of doors that go into the hallway, so that a parent or guardian or anybody that comes in can come into this part of the building, and they have to go through the office to get into the other part of the building. And that's the big, really big security issue, and it gives you the ability to totally lock down the building without anybody else being able to get in except go through the central office area. This end right here basically will be the same with the principal, assistant principal, and we're using this center area as a timeout area because there are windows on either side, and they wouldn't have to have a person in that room because either the principal or vice principal will be able to see into that space so that they have visual control of the students. Then moving down, this wing right here is one area that we just have to renovate. For instance, the two restrooms down there are not handicap accessible, and they do not meet any present-day code. So we're taking those out, and we're enlarging the teacher's lounge because, again, with 5th and 6th grade staff, they have projects that they have to do themselves, so they need a workroom. So we're going to give them a workroom, just like we've done in all the other, in all the other schools. So the workroom will be right there. Then we have a counselor's office here, and then a Centerstone office here with two restrooms that meet all today's code, the handicap code, because we do have some staff members that are handicapped in the building, and that they do not open onto the lounge. That is just a no-no. So we have a separate hallway with the restrooms. We're reconfiguring the nurse area because it's totally too small for the usage. This space will have its own restroom, cot area, and will have an area for the nurse to sit down with the student sitting beside her to take care of what needs to be taken care of in an emergency situation. This will be a typical size that we have throughout the system. What we have there now is about 150 square feet less than what we have in any other building. And then across the hallway here, because we're taking this space that was a conference room, the conference room now is used as a testing area. So we're going to get back the conference room right here, and then up here as part of the library, we're putting a computer testing lab for 10 students. Therefore, we don't have to use the conference room. And then right here, we're going to move speech out of this vestibule that's about 6 foot by 8 foot into a special speech room, and then we have our CIS person right here, and then we have a security office which was in this area here, but it was difficult to get to, so we're putting our security person off of the main hallway and next to a hub room. So this is what we're planning on doing on the first floor. Oh, and then also these existing restrooms, we have to make handicap accessible. So we have to put a handicap toilet space in each one of those restrooms. Then on the second floor, we're basically cosmetic, except for this room and these two restrooms right here. Then it was a suggestion from the staff that they have science here, and science here. The suggestion was, let's put the art room back where it was years ago, which was right here. Let's make 2 rooms right here, and let's put 2 science rooms right here that'll be adjacent, closer to this one, and then we'll make this area the new fax area that she's sharing space right here, right now with this instructor, with the Spanish teacher. So we'll be able to move fax into this area with the sink and stoves and cabinets that we have in there, and then we'll be able to put the classroom here for Spanish. So that's what we're doing on the second floor. Mainly not too much storage area because, like Dr. Borf said, those staff people, they don't need the storage that they have because their students go from room to room, and so they don't have a buildup of materials. We will look at the computer stations in each room and make sure we bring those up to what we have in the entire system. So that's what our scope of work is at Hibbert. We're planning on, I've been telling you all along, Dennis, excuse me. We've been telling you all along that we were going to do this over 2 summers. Reevaluating it, we think we can do it in 1 summer, so that we're going to, that's what our goal is to do Dennis this summer, so starting from June the 3rd to the first week of August.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone from the public wish to speak to the Dennis project? Anyone else? Please come forward.
I just ask.
Would you state your name?
Oh, sorry. Keith Skowski, orchestra teacher. I just ask that some consideration be put forth about getting some storage for the band on the stage. They have no shelving. The hallway that is there is a fire code issue, and right now Mr. Rigsby has been taking kids, shutting his class down early, shuttling them over to put instruments in lockers. He loses some instructional time. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Is storage included,
Is it?
Mr. Mays?
Okay, well, thank you.
See, ask and you shall receive. Okay, Mr. Stevens.
I had 2 questions. One, Mr. Mays was talking about the handicap accessible restrooms, just for public consumption as well as my knowledge. Right now, with limited restroom availability for handicap needs, currently a student on 2nd floor who needs to go to the restroom, who may have handicap needs, how long and what difficulty do they have?
At this point, back when the building was remodeled, the handicap restrooms that they put in the addition, in this back addition, they met the code. Today, they do not meet the code as far as sizes, widths, and so forth. So we don't necessarily need to do any renovation here because those restrooms are still in good shape. That's why we've decided to go into these existing original restrooms when the building was built and renovate those for handicap. This summer, we have an instructor that, this is the right one, that needed a handicap restroom, and there were no restrooms for staff. So we built a restroom right here in this corner that he now uses, and that we do have one accessible for staff in the building.
Okay, Linda, you're finished. Go ahead.
My second question was in regards to school safety. I may have thrown this out a couple weeks ago speaking with you, but how difficult would it be that our doors, and I'm just throwing this out, our doors to each classroom, when I think about the environmental needs of it, how difficult is it to have the doors where they could, in the case of a school locked down for safety reasons, how difficult would it be to have the doors that could also be locked from the inside so that a teacher or an instructor does not have to expose themselves to potential danger by opening up the door, stepping out to the hall, locking that door from the outside? I've got the reasons why I asked that.
Mr. Coddington's in the process of doing that now, pretty much over the whole system.
We're looking at the feasibility of having, say, doors will be locked at all times. You can get out at any time, but to get in, if the door's open, is that so then and locked, and so somebody doesn't have to go out, the door would already be locked.
Yeah, the teacher can still lock the door from the inside.
Okay.
If you go to the high school today, they're all locked. They do a good job of that.
I asked that question simply because the experience that I've had going to those schools in the past that have had school shootings, and I've been to several of them doing studies with an entity. I always have this concern of the exposure that one has to have by if previously having to lock down a classroom, he or she has to step out into the hallway to lock the door from the outside and temporarily exposing themselves to potential danger.
Right now, they're also working with that each classroom door will not be keyed separately. They'll be keyed the same, so that if you had a teacher with some students in the hallway, she doesn't have to fumble around and try to find out what key goes where. Her key will get her into any classroom.
Okay.
That's the changes we'll be making this summer. Having the locks on the inside won't. We will request that the doors remain locked when they're closed.
Yeah.
Therefore, but if you have one key that opens any classroom, then anyone that would be in the hallway, then of course could take one key and go to safety.
And according to the fire code requirements, any building that's not sprinkled, which is most of our buildings, the door has to be closed at all times anyway. Of course, they like to prop them open, but code, they have to have them closed all the time.
Pat, I had a couple of comments that I'd like to make, almost for publics. Now, one of the things, as I've been on this board for a long time, when we did test, we moved everybody out to another location. But what excites me about Dennis in this project is that we are doing this. Now, there's some inconvenience, I know, this year for the gym teachers and a few of those things. But I think we're going to have a building comparable to test when we finish, and we haven't had to completely relocate the students and the teachers and all of that. And just for the public's knowledge, FACS, which you said was facts, Family and Consumer Science.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's not,
Yeah, I just want to make sure that people, we aren't putting a fax machine.
no,
there.
it's,
No.
right.
It's Family and Consumer Science.
Which used to be home ec.
Which did, yes, yes.
Dixie?
Well, and I just wanted to make a comment, when we talk about having doors closed and locked because of safety, it becomes even more important to get the teachers who are meeting small groups in those storage closet areas out of there, because that is not a good situation.
You're exactly right.
Cool.
Jeff?
Just for my record keeping, what are you estimating per square foot on the construction or renovation cost?
We're working on that right now, and we're looking at about $145 a square foot.
Now, is that just construction cost? Is that
No,
soft
that's-
things like
that's
tables?
construction
And
costs. That's
so,
construction costs.
so we have to add in buying new tables and desk and
No.
technology and any
No,
of
we're
that?
using what's there. What's there is in good shape.
Okay, anyone else?
Sounds good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron, do you have something else?
No, ma'am, just,
Okay, just ready to go, huh?
yes.
Oh, we
I was going to move to close the public hearing
For Dennis and
For
for
Dennis.
Dennis Intermediate School
And
and
open,
open the meeting for Hibbert Intermediate School, the
thank
public
you.
hearing.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion to close the Dennis Intermediate School public hearing and to open the Hibbard Building Project hearing. And I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, public hearing for Hibbard is now open.
The educational benefit of the project that we have designed for Hibbard will consistently control the climate in that building as well. It will balance temperature and humidity, and it will also produce the satisfactory comfort levels, both for students, staff, and visitors. If you've been to Hibbard, you will also know that in using those rooms, you compete with the air handling units, and this becomes distracting often. So a reduction in the noise level for classroom air handling units would be one of our byproducts of this particular project. Any question on that one? Mr. Coddington?
The financial structure and tax implications for the Hibbard Intermediate School. Again, the bond costs of $14,000, design costs for the HVAC system of $56,500. The upgrade $439,500. The controls of $60,000. And we separated because we are standardizing our control system that can be managed remotely, that can be and monitored remotely. This has helped bring to be honest, system-wide, this has taken that and the cost of fuel, it's taken our gas bill from over $600,000 to $325,000 last year.
Wow.
So these controls are very useful. We have a guy that's an expert monitoring and working with that. Other costs of $30,000 for a total project cost of $600,000. For the term of this lease of 10 years, the tax implications specifically for the Hibbard building would be 0.45 of 1 cent, less than a half a cent on the taxes. Again, the costs associated with the financing of this project are assumed in the one-time cost of the entire proposed bond issue, and the cost of the project will not result in a change in our current tax rate, and our current tax rate as defined, our 2013 tax rate. Any question on the financing of the Hibbard building?
Is there any possible way, or does it make any sense at all? I'm going back to what we talked about earlier. I'm sat there and thought about what I heard. Would it be better to defer this bond issue until you can get a tax debt service rate of 10.75, say for next year?
Well, then it would go first, we have a tax rate of 4.51 cent now.
Right.
Yes, we could take it to 10 cents next year, and it would be deferred. But the commitment that we have made to the public is we would not raise our debt service tax rate. When it went to 4.5, we went back to the drawing board and made it 4.5.
I understand that, but you had to go 10 years, okay, to finance your stuff rather than a lot shorter. And as I said before, at your $6 million level, you could pay it off in 4.5. But even at your $8 million, go back to your original deal. At $8 million,
was going to be done.
Was going to be done for $700,000 in 6.5 years. A whole lot better, in my view, that you're using credit very expensively, and we've got to pay for these HVACs and these storage clauses for 10 years. And I'm stunned by the fact that you couldn't keep your existing tax rate. I don't know if there's anything you can do about that or not. But once I guess when the state signs and seals it for 2013, it's done. Is there any way you can borrow short term or do something to do some of these projects to get to the point where you can get your 1075? And because on the dentist deal alone, I did you talked about the tax rate, but the interest cost on the $2 million dentist deal is $254,000 for 10 years, and it's $99,000 for 4.5 years. I mean, there's a cost saving per project of $155,000 on this project just by moving the financing around where it's more efficient to what you're trying to get done. And I'm just appalled at the fact that we can't do that. And because on the Hibbard deals, it's the same thing. The taxpayers, we're going to pay $676,000 for that $600,000 project. And if you did it on a 4.5-year deal, we'd be paying $29,000. And they're just savings all over the place. You add them all up, it's $466,000 that you're paying because of this little glitch or whatever happened at the state level. And I was stunned you're going to do $8 million for 6 years, but that looks a whole lot better to me right now, ladies and gentlemen, than what you got on the table. So, but on the HVAC back to Hibbert, and there's 3 HVACs. There's Vale, and there's Hibbert, and there's Westview in the program tonight.
And technically Dennis, really. I mean,
well,
Eventually.
But
part
there
of
there are
it.
three of them that are just HVACs in the lineup for tonight.
Pure bond.
They total about $1,450,000 in principal, right? Let me go back to the rainy day fund. And the original rainy day fund, Ron, I may need your help on this. The first rainy day fund that we set up was for the outside provision. It's for the insurance and the utilities, which was an option that we had to move that cost from general fund to capital projects, and about $1,350,000. I remember distinctly of talking with you about that, Bob, and it was an option we had from the state. And somebody asked a question, we had about like a year to do it, or there's a timeline, a drop dead date. What if we don't do it now and we want to do it later? And you said we had to use it or lose it.
That was a law.
That was a law. So we didn't have to do it. We had, our general fund was in good shape. We had plenty of money. And so we said, well, we might as well, if we're going to lose it, we might as well take that advantage of that flexibility and do it. But at the same time, we packaged up $1,350,000 in cash and opened a rainy day fund. That was our original rainy day fund to set aside, because thinking that the state sent that cost back to the general fund and we weren't prepared for it, we'd have the money available. Now the state funds the general fund 100%. It's not likely to go back, right? With the state funding the 100% of the general fund, and they haven't done it for 10 years or 9 years, but they haven't made it permanent either. But I think the common sense says that probably isn't going to go back. So there's that. My question is, why not use that rainy day fund, the original rainy day fund? I don't know if do we earmark those for special purposes, or they're just kind of general purposes. The board has complete control over it, I know that. But if that money technically should go back, should go somewhere else, because we earmarked that money for a specific purpose. That was the spirit and the intent of it anyway, even though you can do whatever you want. But you could use that money, that cash, you still have that cash to pay for all three of the HVACs and not have to borrow anything on them. Just a thought. I mean, if you use the rainy day fund to pay for the utilities and for the insurance for a year, the capital projects would have the money then to pay for the three HVACs. And I'm just saying that's why we did it. And maybe you want to go ahead, sir.
Okay. The outside provisions of $1,384,000 is specifically for insurance and utilities. You can't tax it and not use it. So if you say, I want to take that 1.384, take it out of the rainy day fund, then your capital projects fund would be reduced $1,384,000.
Yeah, right. And you could use that money, that money to pay for the HVACs from capital projects. You can't do that.
No, I could take the 1.384, but you can't. You must, because it's an outside provision.
You could put the $1,384 in the rainy day fund, put it in the general fund, and write checks for the HVAC.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
All right. I'm saying why that money was general fund money that we set it aside just to protect ourselves if those expenses came back and we weren't ready for it. I think that was when you were here. I'm just saying that that's a way to finance these projects and pay cash for them rather than borrow for 10 years.
Except
on
that
these
there
things.
are other HVAC projects also on the
That are in the contingency.
lists
Remember,
that-
if we do that, and maybe this is a place to talk, if we do that, we take $1.3 million out of a rainy day fund. Now our contingency fund, of that $4 million that we're going to fund with 1.1, we're also funding that should an emergency happen out of our rainy day fund. If you spend the rainy day fund, then we would be back looking for a short-term bond because we spent the rainy day fund and.
Yeah, but would that not be better than doing a 10-year bond to do them? I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. That we're going to be paying interest on these HVACs for 10 years.
And they've got a 30-year lifespan.
Yeah.
And the building renovation is a 30-year lifespan. So the work we're doing on this isn't it's not a computer that you're financing for 10 years for a 5-year
understand.
computer. It's a 30-year process.
But when you pay cash, you don't pay any interest.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just trying to save some money. And I just,
Well, I think there is one thing, if I may. For clarity, I think, Dave, when you talked about if it could be deferred for a year,
yeah.
well, if it's deferred a year, we pick up GO bond authority in 2014.
Yeah.
Because right now, we're limited to basically, what, 0.666% or something like that. So our general bond authority for our assessed value that came in at, what, 1.436 from December 30th gives us the ability on our GO bonding authority to borrow about $9.6 million.
Starting when?
Well, that's what our total
Yeah.
bonding authority is.
Right.
Well, our pension bond right now is, we're into it. We still owe about $12 million on that.
I thought that didn't count against our debt limits.
No, it does.
Oh, it doesn't. I thought it does, doesn't it?
It does? It does, okay.
That was a concession the
Okay, okay.
legislature gave.
Okay.
Right.
It was
So-
a taxable bond issue, but it counted, and you could go beyond your 2% limit to issue the bonds, but the aggregate amount that
Okay.
you finally issued went against your constitutional limit.
Okay, that's.
So the debt service that's given to, as legislators say that it's okay, we expect that at the time that they did it, it was 2%, but, they understand that school corporations need to incur debt sometimes. So in 2014, we start picking up GO bond authority of about 1.7, 1.8 a year. So in 2014, and I'm not sure, it may not be in the first half, I'm not sure of the timing, but maybe 2015. So 2014 catches us to the limit, and then we could borrow with GO bonding authority in 2015 that much more each year without having to go through the building corp, the lease
Well,
corp, and that type of stuff.
How could you borrow $8 million this year? I mean,
Well,
you're losing me on
but this doesn't go
that
against,
limit.
this doesn't go against our debt service because we're doing a leased hold corporation.
Oh, that one, that's right.
So
That's why we did
that's why I don't understand. The legislators don't consider this.
We haven't
why we
talked
did
holding
test.
company. Yeah, I should know, yeah.
They don't consider this a debt.
Yeah, right. That's
You and I do, but so
Okay,
just in clarity, when you talked about
yeah,
not having we'll pick up bonding authority
yeah.
as long as we stay under that 9.6 million in 2015.
But just to clear my mind, if, and I'm not suggesting this now, if we just stop what we're doing right now and start it again a year from now, or end of the year, could we do the 1075 and do our 8 million for 6-year deal? Just the way we started out in December this year. If we waited till December, last year, we started in December, and your thoughts were, obviously, you had your eyes on $8 million because that's what the old test bond service, debt service would handle, right? You matched them up perfectly. That's where we started out. Now, if you
Sort of. There's still a bunch of contingency plans above and beyond. We packaged,
for the $8 million,
For $8
you took all, yeah, that's
prioritized a list of
Right.
projects for the 8 million, but there's others beyond that.
I understand that.
Okay.
There was like $3.5 million others.
Right.
Yeah, that list was in your package.
So what
But
happens,
if-
though, to the to the bonding authority? Does the city pick it up? Does the county pick it up? We never had that question answered. If we give up that ability to, because Suzanne brought that up a couple
you're
of
talking
weeks ago.
Two issues. You're talking about whether there's going to be a gyration on
Right.
the impact of the circuit breaker.
Yeah.
Versus your bond, your bonding authority is your bonding authority if we're talking about GO bonds.
You never
Right.
lose
And
that.
a bond is still
Not
a
that,
bond.
but-
You're going to have soft costs, you're going to have,
Sure.
interest costs, and Dave's quite correct that the shorter out you go, the less cost because the investor's taking less of a time risk. But, again, a bond is a bond is a bond. And I agree, it's a fiction that we're doing a lease hold through a holding corporation, but that's the fiction that the legislature has given us to operate under, and that's the way we have to operate. So, so our geo-bonding authority will really not kick in till 2015, and then at about, assuming we can maintain stable assessed value. And I think that's one point that's been terribly underemphasized, is that when the board went to the market with the test bonds, I mean, I think it was a good decision. It was an aggressive, they went short, and as I said in December, but for the decision that board made then, these so-called financial opportunities wouldn't even exist. I mean, we would have, if we had listened to our financial advisors, conventional wisdom said go at least 10 years out, and maybe even 15 on a bond.
15 is where we started on
Right.
Like test. And
Yeah.
Dave and others said, well, let's go as short as we can. It's going to be a little bit more pain to swallow.
Right, we
early,
raised the tax a little bit.
and the tax rate impact went up.
Right.
But now we're at the end of that, where the pain's been borne, and we're seeing the options, at least that are available. Whether you agree that they're good or bad is a policy decision that you folks have to make. So I guess, you know, there is certainly the possibility of increasing our tax rate, but it's going to have an effect on the circuit breaker. Because, like it or not, the circuit breaker impact is going to be based upon our debt service in 13 of 4.5 cents. And if we go to 10.5 cents, then there's going to be more parcels that hit the circuit breaker in 14 or 15 than would have hit it if we'd left it at 4.5. Now, how many? I don't know, and I don't think anybody's going to know unless we pay somebody like Gumball to do an analysis, and probably that cost benefit of that isn't very viable.
Yeah.
But we know that the higher the rate, the more parcels will hit the tax rate, hit the circuit breaker threshold. And we also know that what we do is not in a vacuum. There are other entities that are going to be out there. And we know for a fact now that the city's talking about a fire territory. And trust me, that'll have a significant impact on the circuit breakers that, when and if that kicks in. So
That was
I
my
think I
question.
try to answer your question.
Yeah. The
Your
last-
bonding authority is your bonding authority, but it doesn't exist in a vacuum because of the circuit breaker constitutional amendment.
That's the point that I was trying to get at.
But back to my question, though, that in December, when you tried to get the 1075 rate for the $8 million deal, you were advised by your counsel that you could do that, I'm sure. And my question is very simple. If we wait till December this year, could we get a 1075?
Provided everything remains the same, though. What's the guarantee?
You can get whatever you can justify based upon your debt plan that's approved, but again, you're going to have a secondary impact on other taxing units. And to answer Pat's question,
Well, aren't we supposed to be communicating with everybody on what all the tax unions are supposed to do, and when that way that legislation was written or something like that?
But in short, we could make that decision yet today, next week or next week.
Yeah.
You know, that the financing hasn't been done, hasn't been locked up, hasn't been.
Okay.
You know, what the proposal that on the 1028 were the approval of these 6 projects and not to raise the taxes.
Well,
But
our tax rate isn't 1075 anymore. It's
Correct.
It's 4.5.
Correct.
That's where the problem. That's where the wicket got sticky.
Correct.
And it's just, and I appreciate the situation that you're in, but I just ask you that you work figure out every way you can to try to not have to pay all this interest, and go back. Again, I would be delighted to see your $8 million 6-year deal, because you've got more money, we pay less interest, okay? Everybody wins. It just seemed like it just we shouldn't have to be penalized the way we're being penalized because of some glitch that somebody made. I don't know who it is, but it's a very expensive proposition, and I wish you good luck on that.
Well, because what our tax rate, our capital projects tax rate was, 64 cents?
No.
No, or the, if you add it, the capital projects, debt service.
The total tax rate was 64.
Total tax rate was 64 cents.
It was 64, it's 55.
And December 30th, it dropped to 55.
Well, we lost
That's
6
where
cents
the-
out
that's
of
where it
the debt
dropped.
service.
So-
Yeah, I see that now.
Yeah, so when we were first talking about the project, we were talking about, 64 cents, dropping 10 cents out, going down to 54.
Right.
Now we're talking 55 cents if we do the bond.
Yeah.
Versus dropping down to 51.
Yeah, the taxes are going to go down. I mean, my payment's going to go down to you, but I got to pay you for 10 years.
Right.
Okay, that's what I don't like. Okay, but I'll be paying you less. I'm going to be paying you about half. The debt service on the 4.5 cents is only less than $700,000. The debt service on 1024 is $1,430,000, and that's what you were going for in December for the $8 million. So this deal is not efficient for the taxpayers. I'll tell you that, and I want you to think about it real hard. And if you can move it out some way, figure out how we can get some of these immediate projects done in the meantime with cash, which I was trying to do with the rainy day fund, and just push some of these other brick and mortar things back a little bit and be a little more efficient in your borrowing. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mays.
Basically, at Hibbard, what we're doing is replacing unit ventilators, classroom unit ventilators that typically sit on the floor. We have a couple there that they hang from the ceiling, but those units are 37 years old, and that we knew that last year we were going to have to replace them, and this is why we're here, and that we want to go to a vertical unit that puts the output of the air closer to the ceiling and forces it down, and there's less noise, so that you'll hardly hear them run. Compared, we've tried to have some meetings over there, and you can't hear yourself think. But so that's what we're doing, and then the library has a separate unit that the variable volume system that has the ductwork in the ceilings, and then we have one on the first floor that takes care of that office suite and all those offices in there, and we're going to upgrade that. And so that's what our plan is, and we hope to do that this summer.
Thank you.
I have actually a question for Ron.
Okay.
So this is a terminology question. I know if we replace the ventilators with like units, then we don't have to do any remodeling on the windows, and we don't have to get into the ceilings and do any of the work for the ceilings that we just did this past year. The vertical units that you're talking about, are they the ones that you actually have to block out your windows and then get into the ceiling grid?
No.
So-
It'll be below the ceiling.
Okay, so
we won't get into any ceilings that we rework this.
and do we have to block windows off?
No.
So it's kind of so we're really kind of replacing it with a like unit.
That's right. That's
Okay.
right.
Just terminology.
Okay, thank you.
Dixie has a question.
Okay, Dixie.
I wanted to ask about, because down at the bottom it says verify condition of boilers, but how old is that boiler?
37 years old.
And how long?
Well,
Normal
Glenn,
lifespan.
they had some work done to it not too long ago, and replaced some of the tubes in it. And if you keep maintenance good on it, it could go out tomorrow, but it's still running, and it's still operating according to what the design was meant for. But that's one of those contingencies that if we need a new boiler, then we have to put a new boiler in.
Well, and do we have like an average lifespan for those boilers?
It all depends on how they're maintained.
Just past the average lifespan.
Rule of thumb is 30 to 35 years. That's why you come around and refurbish a building every 30 to 35 years, and it's expensive, but that's when you upgrade the current codes into doing this. So we've gotten 37 years. We might get 40. We might get 45. We might get 37 in 2 months.
And if I'd understood more about the process when we did the renovation at Hibbard, I would have went up to C.R. Richardson and took that boiler, because it's only 5 years old, and brought it down to Hibbard.
Yeah.
So,
So, interesting.
but something to keep in mind, this is not for the public hearing, but C.R. Richardson also has the same aged ventilators there,
Yeah.
37 years old. So.
Yeah, that's right.
We
Built
know
same
that.
time.
Okay. Now, are you ready for the next motion?
If there anyone from the public wishing to speak any further about the Hibbard project? Anyone from the board? Okay, we're ready to go.
Okay, I move that we close the hearing for the Hibbard Building Project and open the hearing for the Vale Elementary School project.
I have a motion. Second by Kelly. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, the public hearing is now open for Vale Elementary.
The educational benefit of this project is very much like the one at Hibbard. It's consistent climate control through the building, balances temperature, and more importantly, humidity, providing satisfactory comfort level to students and staff. It eliminates the need at Vale for classroom dehumidifiers. We have classroom dehumidifiers in many of those rooms, taking up space, taking up attention, in some cases producing distracting noise. So this project would eliminate some of those distractions. There are questions, or any questions on that, I'll take those. If not, we'll turn it over to Mr. Cowdington.
Financial structure, and this would be a $400,000 project for bond costs, design costs, HVAC upgrades. The impact on the tax rate at this would be 0.30 of 1 cent for 10 years. And again, no, the costs associated with the financing of this project are assumed in the one-time cost of the entire proposed bond issue, and the cost of the project will not result in the change of our current tax structure. Any questions on the financing?
I just have to, I run the numbers, I got to give them to you. Just the 10-year deal is going to cost us, the interest is going to be $51,000, and a 4.5 year deal would be $20,000. So we're paying, it's costing us an extra $30,000. But Vale has been the subject of a lot of mold and mildew discussion. I've heard from people. My wife hears from, she had friends there. And the question is, what's the story on the mold and the mildew at Vale?
That's why we're asking for the money. We're going to take those units and we're going to put phase bypass controls on it.
Okay. So there is mold and mildew there, or subject to.
Not that I'm aware of mold or mildew. It's just high humidity.
Okay. Well, I understand humidity, but I hear stories about mold and the threat of mold and mildew.
There could be that threat. And it happens from August, September, and October, and April, May, and June.
Okay. But there hasn't been a mold or mildew problem. It's been overstated or something.
There's been a humidity problem.
Okay.
Humidity.
Well, but even as such, that's the climate that Dr. Bor's talking about. It's not the most conducive environment to work in and teach in. So my views on all of these HVAC projects is I would pay cash for them and get them done right away. You know, and I'm surprised that we that we spent so much money in cash last year doing other things in other buildings and didn't reach in on these HVAC. You saved those until the bond issue, and my question is, why didn't you do them first?
Because we had to take care of the fact that we just moved bunches of students into buildings that they didn't have before, probably. I'm guessing that's why those projects made it priority, because they had to do with the restructuring and the movement of kids. Had to do those first.
You had to move the kids first?
To close buildings and save the money, to be able to save the programs. Am I right about that?
I would agree with that.
We've put a number of projects off, and we've been putting a number of projects off for the last several years. I could go into a lot of detail, and we will at some point, about the projects that we've been putting off. When the master plan was released, it was to accomplish one major purpose, and that was to sustain staff and programs and create a competitive environment for our school system. Well, we did that. That project is almost finished. And now we have these other projects that we have been putting on the back burner. We're making do with what we have. I've said we live within our means, and we've been doing that, but it's now time to address some of those issues. The Vale issue is one. We've put the dehumidifiers in place. We're living with the inconvenience.
That was our fix, patch, and repair
Yeah.
solution.
Now
and
it's
we
time
have to
to
go
address
permanent.
that.
You did that when? When did
The
we?
humidifiers.
Yeah, just recently?
Well, the dehumidifiers have been in place for a few years.
That's for a long time,
For a
is
while,
what I've been hearing.
A while, yeah.
Well, if you were to pay cash to fix Vale, if you were to do that, okay, how soon could that be done relative to what we're trying to do on the bond issue? Do you pick up any time by paying cash that makes any sense?
Same schedule, actually.
I think it would be the
So
same
it
schedule.
would be
We
the-
wouldn't
it'd
want
be
to
the-
disrupt the classrooms during the school
So you
year.
would wait, so this, okay. So there's no advantage to doing it right away, I think. That's all. Thank you.
Summer is right away, as we've
At this
planned
point,
this.
yeah.
As you bid it out, take competitive bids, come back, and start to order order the materials.
I would like to point out that we have been addressing at Vale, at Westview, and Charles, we've been addressing the humidity situation. And you have to do that by process of elimination. You don't want to just go in there and spend $500,000 and maybe not fix the problem. We know that one of the problems is, in the summertime, when we do maintenance on the rooms, we shampoo the carpet, and then we shut the door and say, okay, it's clean, we don't want anybody in there. Well, that traps all that moisture in there. So we've eliminated on working that way. We felt that another part of the problem at Vale and at Westview was the fact that the coils on the units needed cleaned. So I forget, what did we spend, $10,000? And we went in and we cleaned all the coils on here on Vale. Well, we can't tell whether that has alleviated part of the problem because we don't have humidity this time of year. So when April, May, and June come along, then we'll see whether that helped it. Then the next point is to put a bypass system in there in each unit that will operate the unit. If that room or that area detects a high humidity, then we'll bring in less outside air, which in those months is a lot of humid air. And so that'll automatically cut that back, and it'll bypass the coil, and we'll cut that back, and that's another solution. And so again, it's basically to get rid of humidity. It's a trial and error, unless you want to go in and spend $500,000 and just do it, and it still may not take care of the problem. So that's what we've been doing on Vale and Westview. And again, we're going to, on Vale, because I'm supposed to be talking about Vale, we're going to do that on every classroom unit ventilator, and that'll be done. I think we'll do that. We'll look and see what happens this spring with the humidity, and then we'll work on it next summer or the following summer.
Fast. Bless you.
Sorry. Okay, anyone else wishing to speak on the Vale project from the public? Anyone on the board? Okay. Aaron.
Madam President, I've moved to close the public hearing on the Vale project and to open the public hearing for the Charles Elementary School project.
The motion, do I have a second? Dixie? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the public hearing for Charles is now open.
The educational benefit of the Charles project that's being proposed would be the adequate and appropriate instructional space for art class. At this point, we don't operate our art class out of the designated spot. We have created an area for that. This project would establish a zone for, or a space for art, which would be more conducive to teaching art. Another piece in this project, which would have some educational benefit, would be adequate instructional space for the implementation of preschool programming. We have preschool programming in our other buildings. It does not exist in Charles, simply because space did not allow that. We would have enough space for one, perhaps two classrooms for preschool classes. In this building also, we would be revising some of the air handling so that it would be temperature balanced, so that there would be humidity control, and providing for the comfort level of students, staff, and visitors. Any question?
I did notice that one of the rooms was a preschool/kindergarten. Is that somewhat a programmatic change, which I think is a good one, for kids who aren't quite ready for kindergarten but are a little expanded? What does that mean?
That room could be used for either purpose.
I see.
Yeah.
But I would like to offer that we might want to consider a bridge year between preschool even and kindergarten. I got kind of excited when I saw that.
That's not what was intended.
Oh,
But we could
shucks.
have another conversation about
Well,
that.
we'll add that to the next, yeah. But okay. Understood.
Mr. Coddington.
Financial structure, bond cost of $35,000, design cost of $75,000. The addition, the new addition and the parking would be $1,013,000. The renovation of some classrooms that haven't been touched since their building in the 80s. $312,000. Other cost contingencies of $14,008 for a total cost of this project of $1,450,000. 1 cent on the tax rate for 10 years, with no, and all costs associated with the bond issue would come within that, and the cost of the project would not result in a change from our 2013 tax rate. Any questions on the finance?
Same question. We're paying $112,000 too much on this project based upon the 4.5-year maturity that I talked about. But the Charles issue, I sense is overcrowded. And that what I hear is we got too many kids when we did the Garrison and the restructuring.
Which we knew that because we had talked about perhaps needing portables. So we knew that that was a possibility, but yeah.
Correct. So my question is, where does the policy 5120 come into play relative to this? My question is, do we have an enrollment policy? Because on the surface, the whole project at Charles, the overcrowdedness was self-induced by the board, and you can do what you want to do, but we created policy so that we would not have to make capital expenditures for overcrowded schools when we had empty spaces in other schools. That was the whole genesis of the policy. It says it very clearly, and I'm saying if you want to violate your policy, you have no policy unless you make another policy, because you could have the very same thing happen on the west side, and then all of a sudden you did it over here, you got to do it over there, and you're spending the million. The total cost of this project with interest under your plan is $1,634,712, which could be saved by the policy if you enforced it. Now, what do you say about that?
I'd like to address that.
Good.
Because that policy was written pre-free enrollment. And we are now in a very highly competitive environment, and I believe we're going to have to, on one of my list of things to do is really look at the policy, because we have to provide what our clients want. And so not because public school is not the default school anymore. I mean, we have to take that into consideration. So that policy was written at a time when we could control where our kids went. And at this point, people have an opportunity to get up and move. And so it's a very different situation, I believe, for us right now.
The policy was revised in 2012.
Yeah, right, and it is. And it seems to be working.
And we wrote the policy, so we to counter what you said, we wrote the policies because we knew we couldn't be everything to everybody. That's exactly why we did it. Now you're saying we have to be everything to everybody. You can, but there's $1,600,000 and some $1,000 you got to spend to do it.
Well, I'd also like to address the fact that that policy was put in place, and we did exercise the use of that policy. We had several students who were redirected from enrollment at Charles to other schools. Many students, Dr. Parker might have better figures on that, but how many would you guess we redirected?
Probably 15 total, I would guess. It varies at every grade level, but we instituted those caps, and so we have no choice when we reach those caps but to transfer students to other schools.
That's our policy.
So we're at cap, well, if we're at caps, we should not be over.
Well, but if you look at these rooms, they really aren't for the overcrowding. It is art, which is an equitable
We
issue for
populated
me.
that building primarily to accommodate the populations of two schools, for the most part. Redistricting took some of those students out. We knew from the get-go that we would be very tight there, and we talked about the possibility of needing additional classrooms in the future. We weren't sure what we would need, but as it's turned out, we do need some additional space so that that building can function as it is.
Well, I agree with the art and the technology. When we did our resources for results, we made sure we had technology, art, we had the class sizes, we had it all laid out. Then we found out we had a problem at Westview when we closed Baxter on the fourth school we closed, and that's what was the genesis of this policy. And it clearly states, and maybe you need to change it, but it clearly states that a student seeking enrollment in a school that has achieved its capacity will be offered choices within the district for enrollment options. And we were going to transport them, do whatever we had to not go above our capacity. Now, all of a sudden, how can we be at our capacity and need 4 new classrooms?
Well, I understand your problem. We also are in a catch-22 due to the fact that the parents do have choices. We've been mandated to work with a goal of increasing our enrollment by 25 students, 50 students at different times. And the problem is that we have to do that with also a policy where when people come and they want that school, we have to many times tell them, we've met our cap, you're going to have to go elsewhere.
Right.
And they don't just go to other schools. Many times they opt to leave
Then we're going to be
RCS.
everything to everybody, and then we're
Well,
going
when
to
we
pay
don't
for it.
meet our enrollment goal, though, you'll be back saying why not. So we have to balance that as part of the
Well,
issue.
maybe it's cheaper not to meet your enrollment goal. I mean,
don't know.
for 10 years, we got to pay you $1,600,000.
On the other
I
hand,
mean-
I've heard from plenty of parents who say, please don't change the lines to redistrict.
I'm not talking about line, I'm talking about the policy.
Well, my point is, the way that you change the enrollment at Charles would be to move the lines.
No.
That, if
He's
you
saying
could-
move the individuals as the classroom or as the
Right.
grade levels get
When
full.
we enrolled them in the summertime, and we enroll the kids, you got to kind of watch. It's like selling tickets to the place. When you sell out, you're sold out, and that's why we set capacities and everything. So I'm just saying that I'm disappointed that we can't follow the policy. And but if this is not the policy, I would ask you to write a policy post haste of what it is. And if it's going to be a policy to be everything to everybody, I think the folks ought to know that.
Jeff?
I think David has a valid point. I mean, that's been part of the contention that we've had that discussion here, that we had 5120. I think that part of the stuff that I've dealt with is when I did the numbers a month ago, and they may have fluctuated some, K through 4, we had roughly 245, 250 seats open. Now, I couldn't tell you.
Seats, though.
That were
Not
seats,
rooms, yeah.
so it may not be balanced. And we did create our own overcrowding by ignoring our board policy, which is kind of a problem because it never came back for us to discussion. So, we've always been told board policy is the one thing we control, and yet we did ignore board policy here. So I have to agree with Mr. Stidham. He does have some point here. We did create that ourselves. So I'm not supporting or defending, but I am clarifying that the board did make that policy. So.
And I can say I participated in that with several of you, and this is exactly the situation we tried to avoid with that policy. Does anybody agree with that? Maybe times have changed, and you have to change to keep up with your enrollment. I'm all for increasing enrollment. I didn't see any of those on your goals for this year. Maybe I read it wrong, but nonetheless.
There.
Is it there? Okay. It didn't get in my source is a Palladium item.
And I know that times have
one
changed.
source.
Huh?
You
Times
need more
have
than one source.
Okay.
Aaron.
Times have changed, and just as much as we go through and we amend policies, existing policies that we have on a regular basis every year, we go through them periodically. I think 5120 is one of those that we really need to look at. A lot of things have happened since we adopted 5120, and even in the last few weeks, even in the last few days, there have been some things that have come up, some issues that have come about that are going to cause us really earnestly to have to look at 5120, maybe capsize and everything else. Realistically, we always know this caption phrase, money follows the child, and we want to grow our enrollment. And we try to adhere to these policies, but, some things are taken out of our hand. We may be looking at an immediate growth issue, depending upon what could happen with entities, even within our own area within the next 6 or 7 months. And we've got to be prepared for that. And we want to make sure that every one of our schools, whether it be Charles or Westview or Fairview or anything else, is one of those that not only that we cater to the students and to the families, but we make each one of those a school of choice that if it means that we have to revisit a policy to change it so that we do have parents and students who are coming to those schools instead of going elsewhere. Just even today the news is the governor is talking about and wanting to propose legislation to expand the voucher program. Okay, so we're looking at some other issues that are taken out of our hands, and we've got to be combative of that, only in the sense that whether it be through policy or whatever else, we've got to make sure that we're prepared not to lose students, but to gain them, not only at Charles, but every other school. And if it means revisiting 5120, make an amendment to it,
I'd like to emphasize that we have attempted to follow 5120.
I was going to say, where are the caps now?
There's what we did when we populated that building was to not go with a preschool, which was to relocate the art classroom to what had been the community room, which is not really designed for use of an art classroom. And then we staffed the building so that we could live with the caps. And for the most part, we've lived within those caps. We designed the use of the building beyond what it was designed for. That's what we did, but we've lived with the caps. We've lived with the policy. We just now have to address the fact that students didn't leave the building. They're there, and we now have a building that needs to be expanded, as we said we would, to serve preschool and art, and to open up opportunities for growth.
Suzanne.
But
Well, the other thing
policy's
is-
been used.
Exactly. That was my point. That the caps have been paid attention to. The concern I had during the summer was as people were coming in from the newly created district, we were watching the caps very religiously before the first student walked in the door. And we were saying to people, I'm sorry, based on registration from last year, we've met the cap. So we aren't going to have a space for you. You need to go somewhere else. Here are your options. And we were seeing people leaving perhaps the district because that was the school they should be at. Maybe they've moved in over the summer, whatever. And I was one person who said, whoa, be careful of adhering to those caps so religiously before the first kid has walked through the door, technically, because we know that those enrollments, just because they signed up in the summer or the end of the year, doesn't mean they're going to necessarily walk through the door come fall. You know that.
Right.
Things fluctuate and change over. So I was very concerned about, and that's what was happening. We were hearing from that staff are going, nope, sorry, we've met our cap in 5th grade. You're going to have to go to a different school before anybody had walked in
And
the
we
door
couldn't
yet.
sell them on another school, one of our
Well,
schools.
That's the choice.
Now
We
we-
don't know. We don't know where they would have gone. We said, here are
Right.
your options. This is where. But we were getting concerned because I was very concerned. Now we've stayed within the caps, I think, fairly closely. I think we have adhered
But
to
we
the
need
policy.
4 more rooms all of a sudden.
Again, preschool was one
Not
of the
all of a
things-
sudden.
Not all of a
No,
sudden.
We talked about that in the
Yeah.
master plan.
Yeah, that was talked in the master plan. And that's why we had talked about the necessity of perhaps using portables, because we
Right.
said we
You did.
couldn't do what we wanted to do and have preschool at that building.
Now we have, did Crestdale get a renovation this year?
Crestdale did, yes.
Done.
It's
You haven't been there yet, you need to go.
well, I'm sure it's nice. I've been.
Very nice.
Now, supposing we have a lot of Fairview kids want to go there, okay, and we run out of space at Crestdale,
It's a
and we have empty spaces at Fairview. Are we going to build new rooms?
different issue.
Huh?
That's a different.
Why is it different?
Scenario.
Why is it different?
Under the policy, yes, they would have the option of going to Westview or Fairview or Vale or any place where there might be an empty seat.
But they want to go to Crestdale, and all of a sudden Crestdale is over capacity because it's new,
Redrew the
it's
lines by
fresh.
closing Garrison. We redrew the lines because of Garrison. That's it created a little bit of a different.
But now we have open enrollment now. So again, if the Fairview parents wanted to take their kids to Crestdale and create over capacity, over enrollment at Crestdale,
Wouldn't do that because we have caps.
And we said
The
we would
overflow at
revisit
Charles
the
is
policy.
caused by students who live in the Charles district. The scenario you just gave is the students who live in the Fairview
Transfers.
district would,
It wasn't
through
created by
5120 requested transfer.
Yeah.
We wouldn't allow that if we were at our targets. They would have to remain in their home.
It's not a transfer issue, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
did you draw new lines around Charles?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we included Garrison's.
Okay.
Well, and I was just going to say, too, that when we were making all the moves, we had anxious parents and we had very anxious kids who were afraid of leaving their friends and their comfort
Teachers,
zone. So we tried to, as much as possible, keep the kids together so that they would be okay. And to disrupt all that, to make another disruption now, I think would be devastating.
I think so, too. Okay. We're not going to get on until 11.
I would, while he's turning the lights down and I'd like to make a few comments. When we went through the master plan, right over there, Dave, right over there in McGuire Hall, I said, here is Charles School, okay? We're going to have to put 6 classrooms on the Charles School. When I looked at the redistricting, and you sat there and listened to it, and I said that, okay, we could get by with 4 temporaries. The board decided not to spend the money for the temporaries. That's why we took the art room and made it into a classroom. That's why we moved the art room into that other room, and we put caps. We're not over the cap at any place in Charles. Now what we're doing is we're putting
Recovering those.
4 classrooms, not 6. We're putting 4 classrooms on, and we're what the board has decided to have preschool in every building. So that's why we're putting 2 preschools in that building. Because we found out that when the students go to preschool, it's natural for them to go to kindergarten, 1st grade, and not to another school. So that's why, that's what we were talking about in marketing now, that when you were on the board, we didn't have to do. We have to market ourselves, and that's what we're doing. We're marketing ourselves so that we get to preschool in there. So if we could only add on 3 classrooms, that's all we need, really, is 3 classrooms. But for the taxpayers' use of money, it's more economical to do 4 than it is 3 because you're already paying for that 1 anyway. All you have to do is put a roof on it. So that's why we ended up with 4 classrooms, which we said for over a year. And you sat there and you approved the plan. You said, this is a great plan. Okay. No, I'm going to my plan.
Go, bro.
Well, let me just say that I heard the portable side, and if you say that you said 6, I'll take your word for it, sir. I remember hearing about the portable. I don't remember the 6.
We've got the drawing.
No, I'm taking your word for it.
If I could just enter here, I just want to remind all of us that this is a public hearing. We do want all input from all parties, and we need to be reminded of our personal decorum also during this time of when people have perhaps a differing opinion on some of these projects. So we can continue. Thanks.
I apologize.
It's okay.
Madam President,
Yes.
excuse me just a moment, please. Just for clarity, if we could, as we go through the rest of these, could we go through the educational benefit, the implications, and the scope of the projects, and then have our questions at that
So
point?
not to interrupt the flow
Yes, ma'am.
of the... Sure, that would be, I think that would be reasonable and helpful. Okay.
Okay, on Charles School, I'm going to start with the floor plan. On Charles School, we originally had 4 classrooms, but we had the square footage of 6. What the other square footage we were using for, we were putting some of the programs in there that we now have in closets and areas like that. So in sitting down and Bob then saying that, okay, we have to cut some money out of this project. We don't have the 1.9 million. So we said, okay, and we sat down with Mrs. Andrews and we worked out the square footage so that we could still have 4 classrooms. One we see is a preschool and 2 kindergartners, 2 kindergarten classrooms, and 1 preschool/K. They're thinking out there that there may be more kindergarten students coming to Charles this year than what they anticipate, and that's why we have preschool/K.
Okay.
And you can see that this is a square footage. This addition right here is going to run about a little bit less than $1 million, the square footage that we have. So that's what we're adding on there. The rooms will be just like the other kindergarten areas, and that we could design it really so that we could put the 2 preschools on the end and have an opening between a preschool and kindergarten that they could use that to work back and forth on. That is a good idea. The other thing that we've came up with that we need to save money are these 4 classrooms down on the east end, and they they were not renovated when the building was renovated because of monies that were available, and so the classrooms were left as is. So that we're going to go in there. We did change the heating units, but we're going to go in there and reconfigure these classrooms so that we have the proper storage, the proper computer spaces, the proper lightings and ceilings and so forth, because they are in real bad shape. To save money, we're going to work with the maintenance staff, and we're going to do 3/4 of this ourselves. So I figured we could save, we have $276,000 figured for this renovation. I figured that we could save $100,000 if we do that ourselves. And with what we did at Hibbard this last summer, we know we could do it ourselves. So that's what we're going to do here, and then we'll take that extra $100,000 and that we're going to upgrade the carpet. The carpet's original, and we want to put hard surface material on the floors and on this area right here. Now, the whole purpose of the addition is the art room. This art room, as we have in all the other schools, we have separate art rooms. And it had to go down into this public space right here with no water, and we saw the pictures last time of what we were doing there. So now we have the art room back, and we have the 4 classrooms. Again, we could get by with 3, but if you design this with an L shape, this classroom right here is almost free because you have outside walls, which is the most costly part of the building, and that So that's why we went 4. We did not, at one time, we were going to put 2 classrooms here and 4 on this end. That's when we were talking 6. But making our caps, we've not gone over. I want to emphasize that. The building, the only way that Charles is overcrowded is because we're taking the art room and making it a classroom, and that we also said to the community, we're going to allow preschool there. So that's why we're doing what we're doing at Charles. Also to save money, we eliminated the bus drop-off that we had, that we were extending the bus drive here, and we were going to go out onto the street here and extend this parking lot. In talking again with Mrs. Andrews and the bus garage and Bob, right now she stacks the buses right up here, and she said it works great because she wants everybody to come in and out of this covered area right here and load the buses. She doesn't want to load the buses all the way down to here. So we eliminated $120,000 by not putting this drive in here. The next important issue that we have was parking. We're going to put a parking lot down at this end that will take care of all staff parking so that we don't have cars parked on the streets. We've got neighbors right in here that have been upset. In fact, the ones put their house up for sale because we use the front of their house for parking. So we will have all staff people in this lot. The lot right here where we have pickup will, during the daytime, will be for mentors and parent parking right in here and a little bit right in here, which will alleviate all the parking problems that our mother had mentioned. Then the other problem that we have is that right now, in order for it to work smoothly on the pickup and drop off, is that they have the students in the gym. They only have this gym door, no windows, nothing, so it's hard to manage this work right here. So this is why we're proposing a canopy along here that would open up at the end of this hallway where the kids can sit, students can sit in the cafeteria, go out this door, covered, mom and dad pick them up and they're on their way. And so that's why we introduced the canopy. But I know that there's been things in the newspaper wanting to know, well, why are we cutting $600,000 out of Charles? I guess we didn't need it. Well, we did need it. But we're listening to the taxpayers, and we're trying to reduce that down and to get down to where Bob's working on the $6 million. And Charles has benefited from both of them.
Ron.
As it relates to Charles, and for that matter, Dennis, have you given thought as to how this will be bid? Because obviously, if it comes in, we can't increase the bond issue. The $2 million is the $2 million.
You're exactly right.
We usually don't get value when we get deducts.
We're putting ad alternates.
Need ad alternates.
So that the board can then decide what's more important. How important is that canopy? Or how important is that drive? Or how important is how we do some of the renovation in the building?
I was going to say, I think I could see Charles maybe lending itself to that with the new construction. How about Dennis? Is that going to be more problematic?
Yes, in Dennis area, for instance, we want to put new lighting in the auditorium. I mean, I don't know where they got those lights, but they're awful in there. and we want to do some painting in it, but that will be an alternate. A couple of the restrooms down around the gym will be ad alternates. And we'll just do what we have the money to do it.
The public understands these numbers that we're talking about are estimates. They're not cast in stone.
That's right. And this is for Bob's sake. He wants nothing by owner. So it's all going to be it's all going to be under contract. The day we start, you'll know what the number is to the day we end.
Thank you.
Okay. Dixie?
I just wanted to ask where we went. Where are because I can't remember, are restrooms in kindergarten rooms?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so then where are the rest of the restrooms located in Charles?
Okay, on that one wing, all the restrooms are in the classrooms because they're all self-contained.
Okay.
But what we did do, it was a long way for staff to walk from that east end to where the staff restrooms are. We have put a staff restroom at the very end of that hallway.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking more about when kids get sick. So I didn't know where the restrooms were in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ron?
Ron?
Don't sit down yet.
Got
On
another
the-
question here.
End of the addition, I noticed that you've got the original, end of the original structure,
Right,
and then you've got two passway doors going both,
that's right.
out both ways, and then you've got, I mean, why not make it like the west end of the or the east end of the building, and eliminate, I mean, I would think that extra passageway there.
When we do the cost estimates, like Mr. Cross said, that may be gone. That's right. We're working on cost estimates now. It was just the convenience of mom and dad picking them up, the preschool, of going out that one way, but they can go out the end. You're exactly right. That's a 7-foot hallway, and it's the whole width of the building.
And that'll be rather expensive with all those doors and stuff.
You're
And the biggest reason why, not because of the money, the biggest reason why I brought that up is, I don't know, do we really want to have that many entrances and exits away from the main part of the building?
Well,
I
that's
mean-
true. That's true.
I mean, so if we're doing things for security purposes, I mean, that's definitely,
That's a good point, and we will certainly look at that because of the cost.
okay.
But in the future, if you ever did have to add on to Charles again, would you need that exit?
We probably would, but what we're saying is, in the future, that those hallways now are long enough. The east hallway now, when we do the north hallway, will be the same length as the east hallway, and that what we'll do now is where the office and the principal's office is, we'll go out at a angle and add in that spot right there to create the hub of the wheel. Will be right there at the office, the library, and the principal's office.
Makes sense. Out into the playground.
Yes, right here,
Okay,
right there.
okay.
And we've also talked about, I think this question came up last time, we've also talked about how we can increase the tables and so forth in the cafeteria if we have a problem with too many students. Because we can go into that one hallway there by the two restrooms on the west end. That is not a required exit. That's a convenience hallway there. So we do have room with a few extra tables, and we would have room to accommodate the lunches that we're doing.
In the hallway. Lunches
Sorry?
in the hallway.
Yes, yes. Yes. But the way the openings are, though, you feel like it's part of the cafeteria.
Yeah, you sure do.
If we just had small doors, I agree with you. But the openings that we have makes you feel like you're still in the cafeteria.
Okay, anyone from the public wishing to speak on the Charles projects? Come on down. Geraldine.
I'm Geraldine Day again, but I totally agree 100% with everything he's saying. And Mrs. Andrew, you would have to just be there at dismissal time to see such an excellent job she does with all the buses. It's just like a little train coming in. They're all in perfect order. She is very strong with safety. Very. And the kids, like I said, we're right up there in the front when they come out, but they bring them out in such a safety way. It's excellent. They do a wonderful job. And my son is one of them that's in the gym, and they bring him out, but they're excellent.
Thank you.
And all of that stuff is very much so needed.
Well, thank you very much.
And it's wonderful over there. And also, if I don't run out of time, my son was one of them. The only school him and my daughter attended their whole life was Garrison. Excellent school. He was one of them that we asked to be transferred into Charles. And the reason we did that is because it wasn't over me, it wasn't over his dad, my husband. It was because it was in the best interest of his education. And that's what comes first.
Wow.
Thank you.
And it was because they were familiar with the school. It's the only one they went to. They knew all their teachers. And when he heard about that, he's in 4th grade, he really started going downward. He cried at home. He was concerned. He would have to make new friends. He was leaving everything behind. And his teachers, he wouldn't see any of them. And it was going to be very drastic for him. And thank God that he is there. He's around the only principal he knows up to this point. The teachers are there. Matter of fact, Mrs. Hendricks is from Garrison. She had my daughter, and she was familiar with him. So he feels right at home, should I say, because he is around people. He also has a classmate in his room that he's been with since kindergarten. That, if no one knows, that means a lot to a child. And to pull him away from all that was going to be, we were going to have major problems with him. So I really appreciate, God above knows, of all of that meaning so much to my son and him being where he is.
Well, thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much
That's
for
testimony to what we did last spring.
And that is, that's my son's education. And him crying, all that, that's hurtful.
We're going to have to make sure that he has a good transition going to test.
The test, and he probably will. I'm hoping so, but he knows his sister is. See, the higher grades is downstairs, ain't they? She's in 7th grade, and so he don't want to see Sissy there. I'm sure, but
Well, I study buddy at
His
mentor
friends.
test, so if he needs somebody during that transition,
Oh, you
I
do?
volunteer, okay?
but I was really glad that. Don't kick me out right yet. But,
We're not going to.
my daughter has always been on the honor roll at Garrison. She was in that honor society, and everything involved there was at Garrison she was in. And so it was kind of a worry when she went to things were new over there, new location, everything was new to her. But she is still on honor roll. So she is still doing
Good.
doing good, and I just hope that
Well, it sounds as though you're doing something right.
I'm trying. And my son, his last year at Garrison, he was honored from the chamber because he has went 5 years of school and he's never missed a day.
Fantastic.
That's
awesome.
And I keep trying to. So far, he is still carrying that on. He'll say, "Mommy, these shirts I got," and said, "There's just not a lot of people does that." He's trying to understand. And I said, "You need to keep that up." I keep encouraging him I said, "You might get a car one day."
Yeah, you know
That's
it. You know it. That's great.
It does mean a lot in them situations. And like I said, it wasn't for me and my husband. It was what was in the best interest for him.
We're so happy you came out tonight. Thanks for coming.
Well, I just got all this piled in, and I said, "I'm going to go." I saw that, and I'm like, I asked him when I come in, I'm like, I hope this is open to the public.
It is indeed, absolutely.
Or I'm in trouble, but I thank each and every one of you, and Charles's, it's well deserving. And I love all of them over there.
Perfect.
So,
Thanks.
Thanks again.
thank you.
Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Okay.
Who's going to make my motion?
Okay, so I move that we close the hearing for Charles Elementary School projects and open the public hearing for Westview Elementary School projects.
Okay, motion by Pat Heine.
Second.
Second by Suzanne Darengowski. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. We're now, public hearing is now open for Westview.
The educational benefit of the Westview proposal is simply for consistent climate control throughout the building, balancing temperature and humidity, specifically in the kindergarten classrooms, but providing satisfactory comfort for students and staff throughout the building. Any questions on that? And Mr. Coddington.
Yeah, financial structure. This is a $450,000 project, very similar to Vail. The difference being the kindergarten classrooms, long way that we need to get some extra heat to them. It'll be a 10-year project for 0.34 of 1 cent. Associated costs will be assumed in the one-time cost of the entire bond proposal. The cost of the project will not result in any change in our current tax rate, and as Mr. Mays has said, there will be no other expenses by owner. That's the scope of the project, or the scope of the finance structure and tax implications. Any questions? Mr. Mays?
Basically, we're going to do the same thing that we're doing at Vail. And we've also cleaned the walls on Westview, and that has helped. But again, we need to go through this cycle this spring. The most important item that we need to get done immediately is what Mr. Coddington was relating to, was the pipe size going down to the 2 kindergartens on the east end. We can't get enough heat. We have to increase the temperature of the water going down there, which is not cost effective. So that's the first thing we'll do, and then we'll go through and evaluate all the units and probably put the phase bypass system in each unit ventilator and solve the problem.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone have any comments on the Westview project? Any questions from the board or comments? Hey, we're getting faster. Okay, I need a motion. Aaron?
I move to close the public hearing on the Westview Elementary School project and to open the public hearing for technology projects.
Okay, I have a motion, and seconded by Dixie Robinson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. The public hearing for the technology projects is now open.
The educational benefit of this project is simply in providing flexibility within the capital projects fund plan to meet emerging contingency needs that do impact education. It could be building security, it might be safety, it could be efficiency, effectiveness of our air handling, effectiveness of our lighting. This is not a project or a proposal to expand what we're doing in technology. I think we need to emphasize this. It simply moves technology into another area, creating more flexibility within our capital projects plan to provide for those educational benefits. Any questions from the board on that? Okay, Mr. Coddington.
Thank you. The financial structure is we're suggesting that $1,100,000 be spent out of this bond issue for technology defined, that has been defined in the Capital Projects Fund at $700,000 a year. So within 2 years, that money will be spent out of the technology fund, out of the bond issue, allowing $1.1 million to be spent out of capital projects for these contingency projects that we have earmarked in our December meeting. It is almost $4 million in contingency projects. We will use this $1.1 million should the bleachers or track become a desperate situation. We would have the money available to fix it. If a roof or the boiler at Hibbard becomes critical and we have to replace it, the money would be available. Should we have the good fortune in the next 6 years until we're done with the pension bond and we get fully funded capital projects, and we have $1.1 million, that would be cash in the capital project spend that could be spent at the discretion of the board. So the board gets continuous approval on this monies, how it's spent, where it's spent, and what it's spent for. And because the bond issue, we will have to make, when we do the bond in April, we'll say it's for this to do this. With the capital projects, we'll have 6 years to spend $1.1 million to say, I want to spend $200,000 this year, Mr. Coddington.
10 years.
Or if Mr. Coddington recommends, this is what needs to be done. This is how I spend it. It will go before a public hearing every year in the capital projects on how we're going to do that. So this is how, when we say, what happened to the $2 million, Mr. Stidham? 1.1 of it's right here in contingency funds. With that as a scope, as a project, is to offset capital projects, fund technology expenditures. Another thing that I want to bring back a little bit to help with the capital project. In 2008, we had a $4.8 million capital projects fund without outside provisions. And remember, those outside provisions for insurance and utilities are to be spent on insurance and utilities. So if you want to take the $1.34 million outside provisions off of our $2.8 million, that's $1.5 million that we'll have in 2013 for capital projects, and in 2004 we had $4.8 million. That's why we're here today with this bond issue, one of the reasons. I'd entertain any questions.
Yeah. First we take money out of capital projects to pay for some general fund items, the utilities and the insurance and the pension bonds. Now we're putting it back in by borrowing money from the public. In other words, the money, we're not, as Alan said, we're not going to buy any more technology. We're just going to move that out of the capital projects so you have more capital projects flexibility.
Correct.
You're putting it back in. We take it away when we pay for the general fund item. Now we're putting it back in with the bond issue. And as you said, I think until levy neutrality, which is the code word for paying off the pension bond.
In 2020.
2020. So you're taking advance, basically taking advance now, so that in 2020 you'll have an extra $1.7 million to spend when the pension bond goes away.
That would be one way of looking. Another way would say the capital projects fund has been shorted $27 million, and we're asking $6 million to fund it. That's pretty good.
Well, again, it goes back to that employee benefits thing. That it's been shorted $27 million to pay for the employee, the pension bonds, all employee benefits. We have the tax rate. There's no change to the tax rate, and I just want to say a final comment that every project you talked about, we say there'll be no change to the current tax rate, and I know that's a true statement, but I just want to make sure that if everything goes as it stands right now, there's no tax rate change, but every taxpayer is going to be paying more taxes for 10 years, right? At the lower rate.
Correct.
Yeah. So, I mean, the rate's not changing but the rate did just change in the last few weeks. It was you started off talking about a rate of 10.24, And whatever happened, and I'm still not sure, I'll get with you later on that, Bob, but what happened, and why you lost that 1024, that's the new rate change, but it's only 2 or 3 weeks old. Would that be correct?
Sure.
We got to pay that rate, so the rate, you say the rate's not changing, I get a little confused there, but we got to pay that for 10 years. Whereas right now, we have one payment due at test, and we're out of debt, completely out of debt. We have a mortgage burning in July. We own it, right? No more payments.
Correct.
Except for this deal, now we got 10 more years to make payments.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak at the public hearing for the technology projects? Anyone from the public? Any board members? Okay, before we close the public hearings, I want to give anyone who wishes to speak in general about the bond issues or about anything else concerning the bond issue, the opportunity to do that here. So, Suzanne.
One thing that I have a concern about, which isn't going to be popular with everyone, I suppose, but my concern is about the list of contingencies and some of the things that didn't make the priority list. And I've heard what Jeff has to say about geobonds, and I've heard about all of those things. My question is, and like I said, this isn't normally my mode of operation, but are we asking for enough? Are we leaving things undone that shouldn't be left undone? Have we talked about that? I know we're trying to live within our means, and I know we're trying to do the right thing, and believe me, that's where my heart is. But I know we have a lot of those projects on that contingency list should have been done by now.
Let me answer that, because we have certainly faced and discussed different approaches to the needs. We do have a variety of needs, particularly when it comes to facilities at the high school. We have tennis courts that Ron Robinson talked about needed replacing years ago, and we have continued to patch.
And they're literally unusable.
That's, in many cases, you're right. We have a track that needs some attention. We have tracks at Hibbard and at Dennis and at Test that need to be addressed. As we looked at Charles, one of the features that you could suggest at Charles is that we need a music facility there instead of operating on the stage. We might make that same argument at Dennis. We have a number of items that are on our list. We also pledged, or I pledged, to the community that the proposal I made would fall within the tax rate. And I have discussed many times that our credibility is so important to the community as we move about. They've got to be able to trust us, and trust starts when we stand behind our comments. I said we would make a proposal that was within our tax rate. The tax rate dropped. I wasn't anticipating that. And when that happened, we did have to scale back the projects. It's not that those projects that we talked about in December are any less important today than they were then. We simply don't have the means within staying within that tax rate. Well, one just occurred to me. We could go 20 to 30 years on a bond issue, and
the air out of it.
We'll have to call somebody for David.
Yeah, we need to resuscitate Mr. Stidham back there. I'm not proposing such a thing, but we have struggled to try to find ways to try to meet the means that we have and the needs that we have, and this was where we saw the balance. Should we be doing more? I think you could make an excellent case for that.
So are we talking about alternatives to getting some of these things done? I just hate to see some of these wait any longer, and I don't know what to do about it. Tennis court is one of those, just because you mentioned it. 2 of those courts are literally unusable. We have had our school has hosted sectional, regional, semi-state tennis tournament for decade, probably. We could lose that, and I don't want us to do that because we can't keep our facility up. So I don't know what the answer is, but I'm concerned that in the interest, and I agree with everything about keeping within, living within our means and not raising I agree with all of that, but I am very concerned about some of the things. And the projects that we have on this list are very clearly at the top, but right below them are those contingencies, and they have been waiting and waiting and waiting, and we put them off because we didn't have the money, because we are responsible fiscally, and we haven't done them. We fixed, patched, and repaired to the point where on many of those we can't do that anymore. And it wouldn't be responsible fiscally for us to do it anymore, because it would be throwing bad money after a bad project. So I don't know, other than our education foundation perhaps and some of those kinds of things, but I really worry that in the interest of being responsible and balanced and fiscal, that we're forgetting about, I worry that they'll be pushed back again, and they're in desperate need. So that's my 2 cents.
One of the questions, you mentioned you may be unpopular for raising the issue, and maybe that's true, but it hasn't, you're not the first to raise it. You just received a letter from the chamber.
Right.
And when the chamber officials saw what our tax rate is and how that compared to other schools of similar composition and demographics and community structure, they asked that very same question: are we doing enough? So you wouldn't be the first to raise the question.
Normally, that is not a statement I would make, because I am not interested in raising taxes, and I never have been. But I am very troubled about some of those things being left undone yet again.
Jeff, we're going to go around the table here.
I think there's a lot of things that we should still think about. There's a lot of good points brought up tonight, both ways. But I think there's some things that we also kind of created this ourselves too, because when the proposal came to us to create the pension bond, it says we're fine on our capital projects and we can get through this. Now, I know that there's going to be unforeseen things and changes, and educational needs change. So we didn't go into this blindly. But more importantly, I think what's important is, from my perspective, I'm a very structured type of person, believe that or not. We've talked about creating this 30-year working plan. There's rumors that we need to spend, I've heard $17.5 million at the high school. I've heard the number $24.5 million at the high school. As people, we could sit there and spend as much money as we could collect, and I know that. But one of the things that I think that we need to do a better job of is we need to do a better job of putting together a 30-year plan or a 35-year plan, whatever. And when I was off, there was one presented in 2007 or 2008, and I didn't know that, but to my knowledge, that's not really ever been discussed since. But when we go through the budget processes and we approve our capital projects plan, and it shows for the next 3 years nothing, that's a problem for us. We need to start really forecasting out. If we really think that in 10 years or 6 years that we're going to need to spend $17.5 million at the high school, we should be talking about it right now. We should have that document every year revisited, and a 10-year plan set up from that, a 5-year plan, a 3-year, whatever, and we should put life cycles into that. HVAC systems, do they last 15 years, 20 years, 25 years? Roofs, do they last 15 years? And build in that a structure that allows us to take care of our facilities. Now, with that being said, whether we agree or disagree with some of these projects, and we're going to have more discussion on these at our next meeting, but I think I guess I look at I look at our debt two different ways. If we're creating a leasehold or a holding corporation to house our debt, I personally feel that use should be for a bigger ticketed item. Like we did the new, I just lost the name, the Art Center, what used to be the gymnasium. That was it. Test was it. Civic Hall. Those are the bigger, those are big ticketed items that easily will throw us over our geo bonding authority. So, if we want to put a plan together and say that we're going to need to spend $17 or $20 million to do work at a project or with multiple projects, then I think, to me, I would rather see us use a holding corporation, set up the lease, have that long-term plan, put it out in the public, and let the public know, here is our long-term plan. Here's what the money is that we're going to need to raise or tax. Give alumni a chance, or advertisers or something like that a chance to be part of that. Then use our geo bonding authority, the debt service that's imposed by the state, allows us to take care of the smaller projects. So, whether everybody's going to have a different philosophy, and so I guess as I look at this, some of the things that is brought up about the length of, I kind of had a problem with the 10-year length of the bond as well. So, yes, the tax rate changed on December 30th or 20th or the end of December, but we could still borrow the $6 million at 6 years, and our tax rate would be 0.07. It still would be a 3 cents drop from what we are used to paying. So I think that's still, to me, it's more viable. I mean, if we eliminated 2 of the projects and went $6 million at 0.45 and borrow $3.8 million and just get it down to a 6-year debt, then I think some of the contingency projects we have, I think, in my opinion, we pick up some authority to be able to fund those if we need to in 2015. So, plus the good thing is, in 2020, then we actually then really pick up big bucks. So I guess I would like to consider really shortening it to back to 6 years. I did like the 6-year term versus the 10-year term. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thanks. Dixie?
Oh, Ron had a.
Oh, Ron?
Was it Santana, the philosopher, that said, if we don't learn from history, we're doomed to repeat its mistakes? Our geo-bonding authority is predicated on an assumption we really need to articulate, and that is that we have a stable AV.
Yes.
If we look at the numbers that the board was looking at when it issued its pension bonds, and again, we talked about it in December, and look at the numbers that we had for the assessed valuation for, the last assessed valuation we had before the new budget, 1782, came out, we've lost $175 million. Now, the formula's very complex, that even though our capital projects fund is a rate cap fund, I mean, that doesn't necessarily translate into another $390,000 we would have had. One thing it does do, it shows you the impact, if we'd had increasing AV, of what it would have taken to achieve levy neutrality to service our debt on our pension bonds would have been a lot less if we'd have just had the stable AV, let alone the AV growth that one would have thought would have been the case in 2004 on a going forward basis of 1-2%. I mean, the financial consultants that have looked at every bond I've looked at in the last 2 years conservatively say 1-2% AV growth, and we're not seeing it for a lot of reasons. There are a lot of forces at play in our community right now. There's not-for-profits taking property off the tax rolls. That has an impact in the aggregate, and we're seeing it. And so the assumption that we would have $1.5 million in 2015 of additional geo-bonding authority is predicated, I mean, the statement is predicated on at least stable AV.
Right, correct.
And I think history's telling us that that may be an assumption that may not prove to be valid.
But there are some positive things. I remember our AV did.
This year it went up.
It did. It go. I don't think it went up quite 1%, but I think close to that, wasn't it? But, so, I mean, but you're right. I mean, all things stayed the same. I mean, that's what the numbers that we have to work within. Today, it would be 9.6 million would be our authority if the AV stayed at 1.436. I agree with that.
Okay, Dixie?
I just wanted to ask a question, and it was kind of following Suzanne's stuff. If we have these projects in this bond issue, then in capital projects in the next 6 years, will we have money for some of the projects, like the other 2 million that we've had to leave out of this, that's not there?
As I said, this year we have $2.8 million, and that's what we will have for the next 6 years. Call it $3 million, doing this. 1.4 goes to insurance and utilities. So that gives us 1.6 million to take care of it. 700,000 goes to technology. So now we're down to $900,000 a year. We have copier leases at $145,000. Whoop, now we're down. So we're down to, and then you have the emergency maintenance and this. So no, for the next 6 years, there will not be. We cannot, it would be very difficult to set aside $200,000-300,000 a year out of our capital projects, where we're used to doing. In fact, we were putting $1 million away in capital projects in 2004. But no, there won't be. We will be maintaining what we've got to the best that our money can afford for the next 6 years, with a little bit of contingency of 1.1 million through technology transfer and through the rainy day, should it become very desperate to use that. The rainy days are meant for other things other than just facilities, too.
But at what point does the track and the tennis courts and some of those other areas become safety issues for our kids?
Now.
Maybe already.
Yeah, they're already.
The best our money can afford will be, what do they call that when they patch a road rather than pave it?
Chip and seal.
Chip and seal, and that's what we're talking about. That's not the word on potholes when they come in. Hot mix, is that what they call it?
Yeah.
What is it? Okay. They come in, fix the hole, they do the best they can, but about every 25 and 30 years, they go and pave the street. That's the difference. So the track, I would find it, and the tennis courts, in my vision, as I said, very unlikely that it'll do anything other than be patched for the next 6 years.
Well, and also keep in mind, too, part of the reason why our capital project is reduced this year is I think we got $400,000 of it that we consciously made the decision last year to pay for the Dennis Gymnasium that was over budget. Mm-hmm. So when you see the available amount of money, didn't we use $300,000 or $400,000?
That was out of cash. We went and got an additional appropriation, and that was out of cash that we have.
But I thought we appropriated like $400,000 out of this year's capital projects for that.
It was out of the cash reserves of our capital projects plan.
Well, right, but still, it came out of the capital projects. So.
Correct.
It did.
And I will show you that when we start our business meeting.
We have more?
Yeah, they're not even halfway done.
Okay. Kelly, do you have anything you want to say?
No, I'm.
Aaron?
Never mind. No, ma'am.
Oh. Everybody forgot we had more of a meeting to. Pat, is there anything?
My comments will come also a little bit later. I'd like for us to really consider in our new work session format how we go about doing our 30-year plan, but basing it on programmatic needs, not facility needs. And the same with the alternative methods of funding. I think we need to do that, but that's for part of the next discussion.
Okay, I need a motion. Aaron?
Madam President, I move to close the public hearing on our projects and then take a 5-minute break to stretch legs.
Go to the
and
bathroom.
then reconvene.
We've closed.
Okay, we
I'll
have a
second
motion
that.
on the floor
Second.
and a second.
We have another public
Discussion.
I'll make a final comment.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you guys are on the school board and not me. The questions that you brought up about the projects that aren't getting done. And it goes back to one of the questions I asked in the beginning. You know, the community provides $5 million in capital projects money. And we have, by decision, and I made them with you, okay, because we thought we wouldn't have these problems, that we paid 60, I gave you a thesis in December that what I thought the issue was, that the capital projects, the pension bonds are $1.7 million, and the utilities and the insurance are $1.3 million. There's 60% of our capital projects funds are going to the general fund. Those, you know, the pension bonds expense came from the general fund, the light bill came from the general fund, and so did the insurance came from the general fund. We had so much money in the capital projects fund at $5 million after we reduced our school inventory, and we've reduced it again, that we had excess money there. And that's why I bring up the question. It's not what you want to hear, but I'm here. I'm not making you happy, but I'm just giving you the facts as I see them. And if you don't see them my way, then you'll tell me. But I gave it to you in writing that the capital projects funds are going to the general fund, and 90% of the general fund is in what? It's in salaries and benefits. And I gave you a business model that, from my view, when I say that our 40% of our payroll dollars is spent on benefits, that may be good. I don't know, but I know from the world that I come from, 25% is high. And I gave you the example that if, I'm not saying you do it, but if, and I know it's hard to get there, but if our employee benefits to salary ratio was at 25%, there's a $2.5 million a year savings right there that would balance your budget and give you excess cash to spend. Now, that's not what you're going to do, I'm sure, but that's why we're here. It's not that you didn't have enough money, is that we mortgaged it somewhere else. We put it somewhere else to support the general fund, and that is all 90% salary and benefits. Now, does anybody disagree with that? Does anybody agree with that? No. No comment.
Well, 90%, we're in the person business. We're in the people business.
Exactly.
So our benefits and salary and benefits should be the largest percentage of our budget.
Exactly. But I'm saying that 40 cents on every dollar we spend goes to benefits. That's where I don't know.
I understand.
Okay? And that's where I'm saying if you brought that down, you would have a lot more money to be spending. But that's why we have the problem right now. That's why I'm here. I made those decisions to transfer the pension bonds. It was one of the hardest ones we had to make.
Yeah.
I made it, but we did it. There was levy neutrality. We did it because the taxpayers did not get hurt in that deal. And that was the spirit and the intent of that pension bond deal, was that the taxpayer would, if you want to borrow money and pay off your unfunded liabilities, which was over $60 million for us, which we did, the taxpayer cannot be taxed. You had to take it out of our other taxing funds and pay for it ourselves with internal money. And that's the very money that Bob's trying to get back in 6 years from now, that $1.7 million out of the capital project. That's where we are, folks. Now, either going to tax us more or we're going to cut costs. And then you may have to make the call. So thank you for your time. And unless you have any questions for me, I'll go home.
Thank you for your time. Thanks for coming tonight, Dave. Ron?
But one thing I think we need to, that's not been brought up, is that to the extent those benefits are health insurance costs, there is a leveling influence that's at work. Now, it hasn't had the full time to work, and that's House Enrolled Act 1260, that's going to limit our ability to, as an employer, to fund insurance benefits to 12%, not to exceed 12% of what a comparable plan is funded by the state for the state personnel people. Now, we're in that measuring period now for our plan to be judged. And that'll end on October 31st, 2013. And at that point, two things will have to happen. If we're not there, we're going to have to get there in a year with a corrective action plan that would involve, obviously, the collective bargaining process, since to the extent that we're talking about our bargaining unit people, insurance benefits, that's a bargainable issue. But absent an adjustment in that year, then the gun behind the door is that we're forced into the state plan.
Mm-hmm.
And with that will come certainly financial
And right now, we're.
costs that are, I mean, cost savings in some respects, but it'll also be a lot of different plan benefits. So that is a leveling influence that's at work in any school corporation. You don't have it in any other public entities, just school corporations. And that's been in since the act was passed in, 11, I believe.
It should also be noted that, in addition to that, we've not had appreciable increases in the cost of our insurance plan for 3 years, and that hasn't been due to luck. It's been due to reducing some of the features of that plan, reorganizing some of our benefits in that
Raising
plan.
deductibles, lots of.
We have made some significant adjustments, and the employees have helped us do that.
Spousal.
The spousal carve-out has been something that we've done. But I also want to emphasize that one of the questions was, why have we diverted money to our assets rather than to our programs? And you know, that really does not do justice to what our employees have taken upon. In no other school corporation will you find, I shouldn't say no other, but in few corporations will you find preschool and all-day K paid for by the staff. And that is what's happened here. Using the same money that we could have used to enhance benefits and salaries, we have used them to expand programs. We did that with all-day K, and we're doing it with preschool. And the staff, the REA, worked hand in hand with us to make sure that's happened. So to say that we should be paying for our facility improvements by reducing benefits and or salary, we also have to keep in mind the cooperation we've had to date to fund issues out of our own pockets in order to provide for the kids of the school corporation. And I thank the teachers for that.
I appreciate that. But you mentioned the all-day K. When we closed schools a decade ago, 3 schools, we called it Resources for Results, and we generated $1,150,000 of money to re-spend within the corporation, and the first $900,000 went to full-day K, and the next $200,000 went to professional development. So that's how, but that came from closing schools 10 years ago. And I've got those numbers in my hip pocket. I carry those around because that's a subject of debate. So we reallocated resources, and I think teachers are underpaid. I'm not here anti anybody. I'm just saying what the numbers show. You're out of money. Where did we spend it? We allocated, and I didn't think we would. I knew our capital projects was going to be shorted. But we were told emphatically by Roger Smith that we just closed 3 schools, we just remodeled 2 or 3 others, and we could get by without doing what we're doing right now. And that's why I was so stunned when all of a sudden, when the pension bond was done not out in the open, there were no public hearings on the pension bond at all. There didn't have to be because the taxpayer wasn't involved. We took capital projects money to pay for it. And the idea of levy neutrality can be interpreted any way. I'm sure legally Ron wouldn't let you go wrong, but in my mind the spirit and the intent was that we're going to take the capital project money and pay pension benefits to our people and not have to come back and tax the people again because of it. Now we do. Now we are, and you can do that, but it just kind of sticks in my craw. Because I made the commitment to the community that, in my mind, we weren't going to do this. But that was then, this is now, and that's why I'm here to say my piece. So I thank you for your time. Now.
Thanks, David.
Thanks.
There's 2 things I have to say about benefits before we go. We have reduced our certified staff from 415 to 370. So we have done this. Now, when we do that, we have not had to do that through layoffs, have we? We've had that in reduction in staff. So if we're doing that through retirements, those 45 people that are leaving Mr. Stidham were making $65,000 a year, and we were contributing by law, because they were hired before 1997, 3% of their salary into retirement. By law, anyone hired after 1997, we're paying 10% for their retirement, and they're making $35,000 because they're new teachers. That's why the ratio has been changing. When you're paying 10% for retirement that used to be 3%, and when you're paying the same $16,000 for a family plan, when you're making 65 that you are at 35, the benefits haven't changed. Our ratios have changed. I mean, I know where the money is.
That's fine. I'm just saying, I just threw it out there. Well, I look at the numbers, there it is. But what I will say, Bob, and then you can answer this to the board, when I looked at your general fund from 2009 to 2013, if I put it into the thesis I gave to the board, that in that period of time, our general fund revenues have gone down 9.9%. Our expenses have gone down 6.9%. That says you've cut expenses, but your revenue's going down faster than your expenses.
Well,
do the numbers from 09 to 13.
Well, we balance the budget every year but 1 year, and we're going to balance the budget this year. So to take that, but you have to know where you are to know what you have to do. And that's what I'm getting ready to speak to.
And that's next on the agenda.
Okay, all those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, the public hearing is officially closed for all the projects. And I know that you also suggested that we take 5 minutes.
Yes.
But before we do that, we need to real quickly talk about next steps in regard to our public input and for board input and how we're going to go about doing that.
And I might suggest that you consider a work session as early as next week where we can bring back some of the comments that have been raised tonight, some of the questions that have been raised tonight, comments made tonight, coupled with concerns that some of you have that have not been resolved or that you would like to readdress.
And some have come from outside this meeting, too. I've gotten a couple of different emails and phone calls as well that we really haven't
To
talked
gather
about.
all of those comments.
We have possibly changing circumstances that could refocus our energies. I mean, it's no secret we had on the front page of the newspaper today, we had Ball State announcing the non-renewal of contracts for some charter schools, including the one here in Richmond. And though that is not complete, or I shouldn't say, it's not an end to their program. There is due process that they have, and I think it would be presumptuous to assume that we will see the end of that program. Very well could go on in perpetuity. But it does create a factor in our planning, and we need to come around that. That's just a recent change. But I think some processing time would be helpful. I'm not suggesting that we have anything in terms of a decision-making meeting, but it may help you make that decision the next time you come together in the formal board meeting. We're talking about next Wednesday.
Well, to add to that, I mean, I've been reading a lot in the newspaper about you're talking about the Chinese connection and what that could possibly do, and so I guess I'm wondering. There's a lot of things out there that could hit the table that could, I mean, if Head Start hit us, if 200 Chinese students hit us, if we picked up any students, it just kind of makes me wonder whether we should maybe rethink the whole situation anyway. So.
Well, that's why I think we need, tonight is not the time to get into all those conversations. I think we have a whole board meeting ahead of us right now. But next week would be a good time to plow into some of those ideas.
Yeah, and I think what Dr. Borf was saying is that we need to put those what-ifs out in front of us and have conversation. And
I'm only sorry I'm not going to be here. There will not be a vote. We could do it Tuesday. I
can't be here Tuesday.
You can't.
We're not suggesting that we take a vote that night, but consistently through the discussion, we've had board members say, we need some conversation time, we need some discussion
I would
time.
agree.
Linda and I are willing to commit coming together with all that has been brought out here tonight, previously, and package it in such a way that we can facilitate conversation next
Will
week.
you record it?
Yes.
Will we have it here?
Dr. Borth?
I don't know whether it will be here, but it may not be an audio-visual recording, but
At least
audio
in
anyway.
audio.
One bit of housekeeping, if you do anything in the way of debt, in other words, any bond issue that goes, as early as we can, and it doesn't need to be tonight, but certainly next week, we need to pass what's known as a reimbursement resolution that just documents your intent to pay certain costs that you have incurred and are incurring and will incur prior to the closing of the bond issue out of the proceeds. It's a housekeeping mechanism the bond counsel asked that we do. I've given a copy of that resolution to the administration. It is what it is. It just says an intent to reimburse. If the bond issue doesn't close, it's a nullity. But if it does, then at least we can go back and track some of these expenses that are being incurred. They're not much, $28 for the publication of the legal notice tonight, but there are others that would be incurred and will be incurred prior to the closing of the bond issue, if there is a bond issue.
Is it your recommendation that we adopt that resolution tonight as a part of our proceedings?
I don't know if the board has had a chance to review it. I don't see anything critical in waiting a week, but with the caveat that you're not asking for a decision next week, I would ask that you at least consider adopting that resolution. It's a safety net.
That changes the tone of the meeting, though, if we have to take a vote.
Not tonight.
Next week, I mean.
Well, you're only voting on the resolution. You're not voting on any project or any project resolution.
It's just for the people doing the work and get paid for doing the work.
Well,
if the bond goes through.
If the bond goes through, yeah.
Yeah, if the bond goes through.
And even though we will be adopting it, if the bond would change, then
Well, I mean, there's a lot of what-ifs. If you change it substantively, then we're going to have to go back and redo what we did tonight. In other words, if you decided you wanted to go from 6 million to 8 or 10 million, then that is a significant change in the obligation that was advertised, the proposal that was put in front of the public tonight, and my advice would be that we're going to have to start over and do the 1028 again if there's any corresponding change in the projects that are to be funded, and I would assume there would have to be because you're adding $2 to $4 million of principal, whatever that number would be.
Even if you change the length of the term?
The length of the term and the financial tax rate impact are going to go together, so I think I would at least want one 1028 on the changed, if you're going to, because see, if you shorten it, you're going to increase the tax rate impact. And you shorten it, I mean, it's almost difficult to talk about because it's, in the grand scheme of things across the state, this would be viewed as very minimal, but it's not. It is what it is, and if you go from 4 cents to 7 cents, that's percentage-wise a significant difference in the grand scheme of things. So I think you'd at least have to, again,
at least have a hearing on that.
Opportunity to have input on that change. So there can be some what-ifs, and then we got the time issue that Mr. Mays is always concerned about.
Yeah.
We're almost in trouble with Dennis in order to get the drawings out and bids in time for work this summer. We're working, I can just tell you, we're working on it already. We have to.
Okay, what if questions?
what if we took 5 minutes and reconvene back at 20 till?
Your pen is
I hope. I'm trying.
Not often. I can't. Just having to get up and dance to.
Wow.
to go. And if we implemented this master plan, we'd have a net savings and a cash balance of $112,815. My brief presentation is going to be, we had a cash balance of $490. Did what we said we were going to do. The other thing, when we go back to 2009, if you look at that, we had a positive 423. We had a negative 1767. Should follow these or no? So that's a positive. So that meant you spent less than you brought in. That one says we were minus 1767. We had told the board it was going to be $2 million. That's when we gave the raises to do that. We talked about history. Said, you give us a year to do that, and we'll balance the budget. And we balanced the budget at $236,000. We were at a minus 1.1 last year, and we said if we implement the master plan and have the discipline that we say we will, we're going to be at a plus 490. And that's where we said we're at a plus 112. So I don't know where our revenue's down 9% and our expenses are only down 6%. That doesn't. I guess if you added all those together and did something, but that looks like it's pretty good.
It's called hocus pocus.
Nothing to say whatever you want to say. This is what I want to say.
You're in charge. But you're not on TV, and that's the problem.
I'm just loving the fact that you're moving amongst us.
I know.
Okay, so
guys.
we now know that we start the year. You don't see that 303 there anymore because we put it all up here. What we've lost, it's not our spend. Look at our revenue. We had $38 million almost around here. We're down to daggone this year. We're going to be at 34. That's the state funding. $40 million, 39,867. There's 36,846. We're running as fast as we can. That's where we have to be. That's where we will be, and that's where we're going to be because we have a plan that we're going to get. That's where we are. That's where we look. That's our financial report for the day, the month, the year. And if you want me to go through line item by line item, I certainly could and would.
That's okay. We'll pass tonight.
I will. You've got all this information in your packet. I'll be glad to entertain, and we'll go further detail. But
I think it works.
He's good.
how'd I do?
You did good.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you,
said
Mr.
it was an hour and a
Coddington.
half. It's been a record.
What are you leaving for?
We're ready
I
to.
thought we're just going to the
Oh,
next
don't he
line
doesn't
item.
have to do the resolutions?
I don't need to do them up there. If you would see our cash flow reports, you would then know that we have some depleted funds. Resolution to temporary transfer depleted fund. Our 2012 cash balance for the general fund is zero because we swept it to the rainy day. Therefore, there is a need for a temporary transfer from the rainy day fund to the general fund of $1,850,000 to maintain a positive cash position in this fund. This temporary loan will be repaid by December 30th, 2013. Therefore, it is recommended that the school board approve the request for a temporary transfer to a depleted fund.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Motion by Jeff Slifer, seconded by Kelly Baumgardner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Discussion? Questions? Motion carried.
Resolution for temporary transfer to a depleted fund. Our 2012 cash balance for the debt service fund, $575,628. And our January 13th debt payment in this service is $713,500. Therefore, there is a need for a temporary transfer from the rainy day fund to the debt service fund of $550,000 to maintain a positive cash position. This temporary loan will be repaid by December 30th, 2013. I'll be brief on this. We're going to get half of $713,000 in May and half of that in November. And when we get that with the $575,000, we will not be able to pay this debt back service back December 30th. We will have to permanently transfer probably $240,000 to $250,000 from our rainy day fund to do this. This is what happened in December that we were not anticipating. When we got the third payment, when we started out in 2004 for this loan, the tax rate was up here, we were getting 98% of our taxes. We now get 89% of our taxes because of circuit breaker and non-payment of taxes. You do that for 10 years, and guess what? At the end of the time, you don't have the money to pay it. And the new law said, don't go back to your taxpayers. It's not their fault you've got a circuit breaker. It's not the taxpayers' fault that other people don't pay their taxes.
But I always thought you were allowed to add the taxes that weren't paid back on.
You used to be able to.
Oh, that changed too then.
2 years ago.
That's what I'm saying. So they're saying, take it out of your general fund, and if you have a rainy day fund, do it. That's why our taxes went down 6 cents. We put in for the 713.5 twice, and we were going to carry a cash balance in our debt service.
Is that in our $800 and some thousand shortfall that you project?
No, because it's out of the rainy day fund. Therefore, it's recommended the school board approve the request for temporary transfer to depleted fund.
I so move.
Jeff makes the motion.
Second.
Aaron seconds it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Our 2012 cash balance for the pension bond fund is $285,000. Our January payment for the pension bond is $924,823. Therefore, there is a need for a temporary transfer from the rainy day fund to the pension bond fund of $700,000 to maintain a positive cash position. This temporary loan will be repaid by December 30th, 2013. And all things being equal, when we took out the pension bond in 2004, that number should be $924,823 should be in there to make the January payment. And you see, we only have 285. And when this becomes due in 2020, we better have money setting aside in the rainy day or the general fund, because they're going to say you can't go get the difference. So we're almost $700,000 short.
Wow.
Right now.
So have you projected what will be short in 2020?
Yeah. It's going to be over a payment. In fact, I'm getting some of it this year. If you'll look at our tax rates, which I will go over at a later time, our pension bond rate is up.
I noticed that. It was quite a bit up, too.
So I don't have to, so it won't be a negative. If I did 285 next, at the end of this year, would be a negative number. And you can't end the year with a negative number, so we're taxing to get that. But in 2020, I expect over a $900,000 that'll have to come from someplace to
So we
make
need
the
to plan
final
for
payment.
another $1 million shortfall.
Therefore, if the school, we ask that the school board approve a request for a temporary transfer to a depleted fund.
So move.
Motion by Kelly Baumgartner, seconded by Jeff Slifer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, budget appropriation transfers. In December, we asked that when we close the books, that so we don't end with a negative number in any line item, that we go and we have more money in one fund than others, because remember, we put this budget together 18 months ago. We didn't know we were closing Garrison 18 months ago, so we had money in Garrison that wasn't spent, and we spent more money at Charles. Now the total, we were okay. So what we do at the end of the year is we transfer the line items to make everything in a positive position. That's why you will see a program number 1050 transferred to 1050, because we're doing it from school to school. We're still in the same program. Therefore, it's recommended the school board approve the resolution for the 2012 budget appropriation transfers in the general fund and transportation operating fund as presented.
Motion by Dixie Robinson. Second by Suzanne Darengowski. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Now we are ready for the Board of Finance organization. Okay, I will entertain a motion to close the Board of School Trustees meeting and convene as the Board of Finance.
I'll make the motion.
Kelly makes the motion.
I'll second.
Pat Heine seconds the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
And I believe okay, it's all written out there. You're fine.
Okay, so I just go right, okay. Now I need a motion to elect the school board president and secretary as the president and secretary of the Board of Finance.
So moved.
Okay, motion made by Aaron Stevens,
Second.
seconded by Suzanne Darengowski. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Now, Bob Coddington will present the investment summary report and the investment income policy.
Our income policy states that all our interest income goes to the general fund to support students. So we do that. Our investment interest income this year was $32,793.87. Last year it was $54,000 and some change. In 2005 it was over $400,000. Now, two things have happened since 2005. When we got the pension bond, we got the whole $19 million and didn't spend it. So we were getting a lot of interest off that. We were getting 4.5%, 5%. We had title money that they would give us $2.5 million every year, and when we were spending $200,000 a month, we were getting 4.5%, 5% interest on that. Now they're reimbursable grants. You keep here saying that, and they're in arrears. Not only that, I've got to float the money now. So they don't only give me the $200,000, I have to spend the $200,000, take it out of our cash reserves, and go ask the state or the feds to reimburse it back. And as soon as they reimburse it back, I've already had another payroll, and I'm in that. That's why you see the cash flow statements to a depleted fund. In the end, it's all going to end up fine. But in the meantime, that's why we do it. So that's our interest income. And remember, all that interest, it was $400,000, went to the general fund, and now we get $32,000. Big change in those numbers.
There's no change.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to accept the report as presented.
So moved.
Jeff Slifer and Dixie Robinson seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Now I need a motion to close the Board of Finance meeting and reconvene as the Board of School Trustees.
Okay. I move that we close the finance meeting and reconvene as the Board of School Trustees.
Motion made by Pat Heine, seconded by Kelly Baumgartner. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Now, we are ready for the superintendent evaluation instrument.
This is being presented as a package. You may wish to take action on all three of these items in one fell swoop or take them individually. But basically, 7.01 is the evaluation of the superintendent. It's the second reading and adoption of the policy. There were no recommendations for change on this from the last meeting where it was taken under passed on first reading. The superintendent evaluation rubric. This is a piece that we must approve in public. There have been no changes to that since we last discussed it, so I would recommend that we adopt that so that we can begin using that rubric. And then the revised annual performance goals have been revised to make sure that the edit was correct, went from 100 to 100% on that third goal, so it reflects that change. Other than that, there was no change in that. So I'm recommending that the board approve those recommendations. Like I said, you may do it all at once or take them apart.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Also do them as a package.
Okay,
Let's do
all
it
at
all at
once? Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Motion made by Aaron Stevens, seconded by Pat Heine. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we're ready for the general action items.
And to acknowledge and ask the board for approval of donations, we turn to Mr. Coddington.
Yes, tonight we ask the board to accept the following donations. I hope we can get through this.
Ribbit.
From Patel Sahash to the Hibbert Intermediate School for student needs for Mr. Pritchard's classroom. From Hills Pet Nutrition to Vale Elementary School for field trips. From Buffalo Wild Wings for Community Partnership Engagement Office for the mentoring programs. From Coca-Cola Refreshments to Richmond High School for the Scholarship Fund and Assemblies Fund. Wow. From A House Tool, Civic Hall Associates, Earlham College, Family Fitness, First Bank Richmond, Formal Affairs, Harvest Land Co-op, Steve Hagnotti, Logue TCL Pet Hospital, Mancino's, Ova's Harem, Recycling Center, Reed Hospital and Healthcare Services, RHS Senior Class Council, RHS Student Council, Stag Safety, Studebaker Buick, Kyle Tom, Wentco Whitewater, Solomon Zaninga, all to the Richmond High School Kickoff Mentoring Program. Again, from Harvest Land Co-op to the Richmond High School for their Student Council, from Ray Wolpe for the Students in Need, and again from Ray Wolpe for the Justin Murphy Fund to help with family expenses, from Reed Hospital and Healthcare Services for the RHS Parent Center to assist in continuing to meet the needs of students and community members, from Marcus and Suzanne Miller to RHS Athletics to the Boys and Girls Swimming and Diving Camp Fund. We ask the board tonight to accept the very generous donations of $10,678.40.
Wow.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Kelly Baumgartner makes the motion. Dixie Robinson seconds it. Any discussion?
I will only say that it's too bad we're not live.
Yeah, I know.
Because this
Nice
really is
donations.
an exceptional set of donations.
For some
It is.
really nice programs too that really need it. So I think those are great.
We have a very generous community. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
On the next item, I think it would be appropriate for our Director of Human Resources to make this recommendation.
The following action item is submitted for your consideration tonight, and it's recommended that the Board of School Trustees approve the 2012 one-time stipend for Dr. Boroff in the amount of $1,186.28.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Suzanne Daragowski, seconded by Aaron Stevens. Discussion, comments? It's about time, right?
Well, again, this has to do with us having to do this in public and the rules changing, or you would have already had it by now.
Dixie and I were at a legislative event today, and we happened to have lunch with the author of the bill that made this necessary. It was a very courteous exchange that we had. We didn't go there.
Did you let that person pay for the lunch?
That's
Considering you hadn't received your stipend.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Our next item is the, actually, this is not an action item. This is a discussion that we're bringing to the board tonight. This is regarding the third grade Summer Reading Academy RFP, request for proposal. And I would ask Mr. Millis to brief you on where we are with this.
We have prepared a draft, excuse me, for a third grade Summer Reading Academy, and we would like to partner once again with community resources as we did last year. Once again, this year the emphasis is going to have to be on the students that have not passed iRead 3. We still will have some students who may not have passed the I-STEP language arts and still might be struggling in their reading skills, but we have changed a few items on the RFP in order to reflect the focus that we feel like we need to have. Would like some input possibly from the board. We've listed the performance on iRead 3 from last summer, and overall we felt, I think, pretty good about the results, but we still had some students that did not pass that exam, and so we would like to have some adjustments, possibly with grouping students on sites based on their abilities, and hopefully that will work out with what results from our proposal. The items that were adjusted are in bold, and if you recall last year, we made an adjustment. We were looking at possibly a second grade academy and handling the third grade students through RCS programming, but we do think the small class sizes and the added resources, financially especially, was helpful. We also had two interventionists that work for us. So, pleasure of the board for ideas.
So, the second graders that are going into third grade that are struggling, what will we be doing for them as far as, I know at some
To
point...
be proactive.
Yeah, to be proactive, because at one point we talked about maybe switching from third to second grade,
Right.
but what will we be doing? Will we be doing summer school for them?
We will be offering a summer program for them.
Okay.
Yeah, the state supports at 100, last year was 105% reading instruction in the summer for grades 1 through 3. And the way they posted it, the other grade levels were in category B, and if there was money left over, then they would also be supported. It ended up that they did support all of our summer programs, so I think there was an initial concern, possibly at the state level, that we would have quite a few school systems running summer programs because of the third grade exam. So it could be that maybe some school systems did not follow through with that.
My question is about the interventionist. When I read the proposal, there was just an allusion to number 20 on pages weren't numbered, said they identified as still being deficient, will receive needed interventions. Did we provide the interventionist last year? And if so, is 2 enough? Because when I looked at the numbers, they obviously had some severe deficiencies, and so I didn't know what we needed to do about that.
Well, we did support 2 interventionists on our own.
Right.
Yet the RFP would be combined cost. And I think last year, because the concept was new to us, we had conversations, but I think it just it seemed like maybe we still sort of worked in a structure where we had for several years. And I think with conversations, if we can have those conversations to have a little more targeted instruction for students, we should be able to do a decent job with that.
Well, we aren't on TV, so let's face it. I mean, is the third grade academy that Every Child Can Read, do we assume they're going to be the RFP?
Yeah, I think
Again, are they still
I think
interested?
they will
Are they
make a
willing to
proposal.
listen and negotiate this year?
They've informed us that they would like to move forward with that.
Are they willing to negotiate this year?
Remains to be seen.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so we're going to push a little bit more because we
And
really have to
Our
work.
conversations have been, they limit their class sizes to 10, and they have an instructional assistant. They ought to be able to provide those very targeted interventions in those small groups within those classrooms. We do want to have a conversation with them about curriculum because they're very, very broad, and that's what we needed them to be. But now, we really need to narrow that focus and really focus on those reading skills that are going to be measured on iRead 3 for those students. So,
Yeah.
And I noticed you have bold and emboldened because using the iRead 3 as the pre and post is very critical too, right? And so
Yes.
that's gonna be a non-negotiable, I'm hoping.
Well, it is for us.
Okay, well, but that means it needs to stay that way, in my opinion.
well, and there are a lot of variables right now that we are not certain of. I mean, if Galileo STEM Academy should happen to close, there will be third graders there who need to
yeah,
participate
sure.
in this program, and we need to make sure to get the interventions. And there may be students at all other grade levels that need some really intensive summer school as well. That could really impact our summer programming across the board.
True.
Yeah.
So what happens if they can't agree with it and we don't get a bid? Do we?
I shouldn't say we're obligated, but it would be our recommendation to pattern a third grade experience for these kids very similar to the third grade experience that we've been seeing through the years. I mean, when this began, it was that we would take over the obligation at some
Right.
point. It would be institutionalized in our practice. And we're prepared to do that if
Okay.
we need to.
Well, and I think our other summer programs have reflected things we learned from the
Absolutely.
third grade academy because they're thematic and they're smaller groups and have more assistance. I mean, I think we're morally obligated, frankly, to
Well-
take care of those third graders who don't pass.
Yeah, and I
iRead
don't
3.
want to, I think the focus on developing that love of reading and the summer setting, all those are skills and things that we want to continue to have go on.
Right.
And I think it's probably easier and better focusing without any
small group. So there are some great things that have been built into it.
And community support.
Yeah.
Well, I should, this is really a part of this conversation. We've been asked by Superintendent Ritz at the Department of Education to make a presentation at the first state school board meeting that she has on our reading initiative. And it's the total program,
Whole package.
but we're focusing on, when we talk about community engagement and partnership on this, we're focusing on the third grade academy, and we plan to feature that at this board presentation coming up on February 6th. So we're committed to it.
Any other comments?
So you're going to then bring this back at our next board meeting for action then?
You have to adopt an RFP. At some point, you have to adopt that, so we'll be bringing that back at the next meeting.
I'll have to adjust the dates probably, give them a little more time. Probably be pretty close to what is here.
We can't act on it.
Okay, we're ready to move on to 2020 vision. I hope everybody noticed that we moved from master planning to our 2020 vision from our strategic plan.
It's nice.
And our first item under this category is the approval of the Hibbard site work drawings. Mr. Mays has presented those, and is prepared to review those with you, and we'll be recommending approval of those site plans. Mr. Mays?
Okay, there, thank you. On the Hibbert site plan drawings, we had talked originally about having a bus drive that would be, get this thing going. The bus drive was going to be along the front right here, and buses were going to enter here and come out here. And looking at the monies that we had available and the real need for it, everybody thought the principal and the bus garage felt that when we were on South J Street here, loading and unloading the students, that's a perfect spot to do that. And that they felt that we didn't need to spend the money to do that. So we pulled that from the project. What that did give us then was the ability to take this back parking area here and take this back parking area and do some work there. One of the biggest items that you'll be able to see will be where the dumpsters are right here. We're going to put a screen around those to hopefully block those off from the public view. Then we'll redo this parking lot in here, and we're going to put drainage at this end, and then our handicap accessibility right here. We'll rework this walk so that when the buses come along here, then the students can come here and into the building. If we would have put the bus drive in, that wouldn't have allowed us to do that. We're picking up 17 parking spaces there, and again, the asphalt is in bad shape, and that we're going to take the asphalt out and rebuild that. This is the south drive. Another thing that we wouldn't have been able to do, we have $218,000 to do this project, and again, we are not going over on any of our projects. So we're making provisions so that we don't go over it. And one of the things we felt was really necessary to have was this walk right here from the parking lot that's up here, because right now it just goes into the second floor, and we don't want to have to open that second floor every time. So we do have this walk that comes here, and you can see it's a series of steps, and we've tried to add more steps to make it a little easier to walk. And because the ground is all falling from the building to here, and then L Street here is considerably higher than what our entrance is here. So this is going to look pretty interesting if you're standing right here, because this drive is going to come here and sweep down the 3 or 4 feet that we have to come down, and so that with student walkers that we have here, we have crosswalks. You'll see there's now steps here, so you'll take these steps from this point down to this level and then into the building. And whenever you have changes in elevations and things, it adds a lot of interest, and that this area right here will add a lot of interest because of the slope, and we want to put some ground cover in there and maybe a couple trees. Then the striped area here will be then handicap accessibility. They'll come in this way and drop off right here, and they'll be able to go into the building, the handicap that we have in the front. The other big thing here is snow removal. From this point right around this corner here, we've leveled the curb and the sidewalk so that we can push snow right through here and pile it up here, and push snow right through here and pile it up here, and not take parking spaces and things that we've always taken in the future. So this is our project. If anybody wants to review it further, there's a set of the drawings on the back table and specifications, and the drawings are complete.
Is the memorial finished now?
I'm sorry?
Is the memorial work, is that finished now?
No.
Okay. The memorial work is going to cover in a little bit, but now
Oh, okay, I'm
it's
sorry.
easier to cover. Okay, right now, we have concrete poured up to this level right here towards the building. This area is all poured. It's all been striped and squared off, and then the cold hit us, and we have insulating blankets on all of this. The wall right here, this wall doesn't have brick on it yet, but the block is there. This wall is brick and block, and that we've had to hold off all this week, and they're going to start back on it Monday, because we have actually maybe some 50-degree temperatures next week, so that we've lost a week. And that we only have really this wall to do, because the walks are in, and that they're going to put these doors in the first part of the week. So I would say by next Friday we should be in real good shape and ready to open it to the school. We will be putting a temporary walk right here, because this part, of course, isn't in, to get us back to this existing parking lot, and then that walk, it's only going to be about 4 foot wide and 6 foot long. It'll come up. We'll take it out when we do this part here. So that's the drawings. On the invitation to bid, you know, I push projects and try to get ahead. Well, it's my fault that we're doing ratification instead of approval, because the bids, the notice to bidders was in today's newspaper. And we had to do that to make the next board meeting, because we have to advertise so many days between the next board meeting. And what we've been hearing from contractors, that right now, asphalt and that work, there's nothing out there to bid. And they all said that we'll get our best prices if we can get it out and get it bid right away. So that's why we hurried that up. And that's why you're ratifying the ratification of the invitation to bid instead of approving it. But we will take bids on Thursday, February the 7th, and then we will come back to the board on that following Wednesday to review the bids. And we have the construction starting after June the 3rd, and to be completed before July the 26th. And another important part of this, the laws have changed a couple years ago on the common construction wage, and that they've increased the threshold to where you have to start common wage. So the threshold as of January 1 is $350,000, and so we're sitting here at $218,000, so we have no wage.
Okay.
So it's whatever the public will bear as far as how the contractors look at bidding this. So I think that's also going to help us on our cost, on our bid.
So we need two motions, one to approve the Hibbard site work drawings, and the other to ratify the bid advertisement.
Okay, whatever you want. I will move that we approve the Hibbard site work drawings.
Okay, motion made by Pat Heine, seconded by Suzanne Darengowski. Questions, comments?
I had one question on the stairs that are on the J Street side from the upper parking.
Yes.
Are they going to do a sidewalk? I mean, it's just a short distance, but it's becoming like a mud hole.
We're going to have to not replace them, but we're going to upgrade them.
Okay.
Yes.
And then something from the parking lot to that stairwell?
Yes.
Okay.
And they're also looking at handicap accessibility to that playground up there. And we're looking at that too.
Okay.
Nice.
Any other comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Now we need a motion for the ratification of bid advertisement.
So
Okay, Suzanne Darengowski makes the motion. Jeff Slifer seconds it. Questions, comments?
You know, one comment but didn't get to make in all of the other discussion about our hearings. I really appreciate the fact that we've really put a lot of local contractors to work. I mean, you've used primarily local contractors, and I think we can't lose sight of that.
And we have to commend the general contractor for using local subs too, I think.
Well, this probably doesn't have anything to do with the bid advertisement, but I would like for, Mrs. Bergdahl was sharing some really exciting pictures with us concerning the swimming pool at Hibbard and what's happening there. Would you just quickly?
Sure. This summer, Pam Kirk, the PE teacher assigned to Hibbard, came and talked to me about possibility of providing some swimming experience for our life skills students. And we went through all their IEPs and looked at who would be able to do that physically or medically. And so we just talked about it, and she kind of talked to me about, I just think it'd be great. They'd have the freedom in the water, maybe that they wouldn't have, you know, in their wheelchairs and things. So just before Christmas break, we were able to have 2 of our students go into the pool. And one of them was one of our female students, and she really had a great time. It was wonderful. And our other student was there, got to go in on a Friday, just before we took a break. And his mother actually came and was in the pool with Pam Kirk, and he was able to be in the water and just splashed and kicked and had such a wonderful time. So that was her vision. I did not present that to her as an idea, but she has carried it through, and so more of the students will be able to have that experience. So it was just really thrilling to see that opportunity. I came back and showed the pictures to Dr. Boroff, and he said, "This is what the program is all about."
That's exactly right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
We're ready for the projects update, basically in 2 different locations now.
Right. We talked about Ron Robinson's memorial at the Dennis project. It's great to tell you that we have temporary heat in there, and it's 45 degrees inside, and that's pretty good with the outside temperature being the way it is, and plus all the cracks and crevices aren't covered up. So we are maintaining 45 degrees. The HVAC equipment is arriving next Wednesday, so we'll be able to start installing that by a local contractor. E-Systems, the electrical contractor, is local, and he's installing the lights, and we're getting lights ready to go up in the gym, and once we get the bricks dried out with the heat, we'll be able to start painting, so that we're still ahead of schedule. And then on Friday at our regular construction meeting, we're going to get an updated schedule to reconfirm where we are. And the exterior bricks all completed, so you can appreciate what that has done. It just ties right into the other buildings, and if we didn't have construction equipment all around, you'd think it's been there for a long time. I would like to say one other thing on Crestdale. I know we're done with that, but you're going to have a consent item here shortly on a change order for Crestdale. And it always makes me feel good when we do a deduct change order. And that's a deduct change order of about $17,753. But what you don't know, that we're trying to keep him happy. So that's what we're doing.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Thank you, Ron, for all the work that you did for this evening's marathon meeting.
And the next item is yours.
You know, I am going to defer to Suzanne and Jeff on this because I'm sure everyone is annoyed with my voice anyway, and it's just about gone. So would you guys mind talking about the
work session ideas and get input from the board?
One of the things that we had talked about toward the end of the year, last year, was to manage our meetings a little bit differently and actually have one meeting a month that was a pure work session that would give us the flexibility to have discussion amongst ourselves as well as others from Richmond schools to come in and be the experts on whatever the topic is that we decided we wanted to talk about, and to be able to have that focused conversation. We also talked about because I think it resulted out of the conversation about committees and committee structure and being able to have the forward-thinking conversations we want to have, and so we had talked about pulling that meeting off camera. First of all, in order for us to do them correctly, wouldn't be conducive to camera, because we would want to be able to break up in small groups and meet in small groups and have discussion. And then, but we did talk about in our executive session that perhaps we might want to videotape the beginning of the meeting if there was any business that needed to be attended to, and then maybe the end of the meeting where we came together and summarized the conversations around the table. But that would not be conducive to a live broadcast. So, and then the next part of that is coming up with the topics in the particular order that makes sense, and we have had several already thrown out of things that we wanted to talk about. So, and I think Dr. Borov has, at our request, worked a list of some of those topics. So.
And I threw out some of the items tonight in terms of just facilities. We talked about the tracks at the intermediate schools, the track at the high school, but we talked about a music facility at Charles. But in terms of programming, we're next Monday. We're traveling. A group is traveling to Kokomo to look at the integrated arts program at Wallace Elementary. It's the only one of its kind in the state that we know of, only a few in the country. And that kind of program can change the way we use a facility. It may result, they'll show us, but it may mean a small stage in every classroom. It may mean an art facility dedicated just to string music in an elementary building, which is not typical. So that kind of structure may be in place. In some places, the elementary buildings are gravitating towards a magnet concept. We may have that kind of future here in Richmond.
And we've talked about that a number of times. Yeah.
And if we do that, it means we may look. At one time, we talked about doing such a structure at Crestdale, where we would have science as the focus. We might have had a small planetarium or a small biology type lab in that building. It didn't end up being our focus, but it's that kind of conversation we need to have for the use of with the uses of our buildings. And Pat, it goes back to a comment you made earlier that we should have programming driving our facility structure.
And I had made mention to Linda and the others. At our last work session at Dennis, a number of us started talking about programs, alternative school at the high school and all of those kind of things. And then Susie Hively had a fairly eloquent statement about we ought to be looking at where we want to be 10 years from now programmatically. And that we didn't want to do resources for results. We've already been there, but we really do need some intense discussion and not just at a work session. I mean, maybe we want to have a programmatic vision committee that meets for a couple of months, brings some ideas, not make decisions, but bring ideas to us so that we could work on them in a work session and then begin to do the facilities discussion. Because I hate to see us talk about facilities, because that early college plan, I'd love to see that.
Yeah, we talked about early college. The high schools talked about an honors academy. We talked about our baccalaureate. We've talked about the magnet concept at the elementaries with arts and sciences and
needing science and math honors program to go with the humanities at Logos. I mean, all sorts of things, but having a focused group who actually does some research first, bring it to us, and then we can have the discussion.
Well, I think that, that especially right now, because we've been talking about moving to a true work session for quite a while. And so I'm not sure what it'll evolve into, but at least this will get us on that track of beginning to have those discussions, including people in those discussions. And I think Dr. Borf had even made mention that, by the end of several months, we could have a plan
We should have.
in place.
The 30-year plan.
30-year
you
plan,
know,
yeah, that's
at least moving
programmatically
towards it.
driven
And so not just having discussions, but making those discussions become a plan.
Right.
Well, and the other thing we were as we're adamant about, as we talked about these discussions, they have to happen in the context of our strategic plan. That we have to be the ones driving the connecting the dots conversations. And so we said these topics have to fall in the context of the strategic plan, which is how we changed it to 2020 vision instead of master plan.
And I think we also said that, or Dr. Borf suggested that we not start these until March.
Right.
We need a little bit of time to get our bond issues taken care of
business.
and have some planning time. So, Jeff,
I was just going to say it'll be a huge impact because now we can actually have a work session that starts at 7 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock.
Exactly. Or how about 6:30?
Or maybe even
Well, I mean, there's still going to be
15 minutes.
there's still
though,
going to
we
be
could-
some business,
yeah.
but I mean, so often when we get to the work session, we're so tired because
Spent.
it's already 9 o'clock. So.
Yeah. Or 10:30 perhaps.
I'd like to also clarify one point. It was earlier mentioned, I'm not sure if you said it, Suzanne, or Linda, I'm not sure, but it was mentioned that this discussion took place in our executive session. And
executive committee.
it was a meeting. I have a meeting with our executive officers to plan the agenda. And that's where this conversation took place, just for the record.
Yeah.
That's where that conversation took
Executive
place.
session didn't sound
Good
right.
point.
Can I ask-
probably did say that. Sorry.
yes, Kelly.
Got to practice doing that. I just, what would be cut out then on the agenda? That we could have,
That's going,
Dr. Worth has to figure that out.
we're
I-
going to work at that.
I mean, we've discussed this, it just sounds like such a great idea, but what do
We
you
fill
cut
2
out?
meetings a month.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it has been one of our goals, but in all fairness to you and the rest of the board and to the administration, we have taken on an enormous series of responsibilities and decisions in the last year and a half. It would be nice to be able to get now to a routine that
I
will
agree.
establish the way to go in the future. But we have really preempted some of these ideas with all the responsibilities we've had to face through the master plan and some of the conversation that we've had here tonight. So
Well, we had our work sessions in extra meetings.
that's
really.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. So we're working at that. We still may have to have a consent agenda, which is what you're referring to, Jeff, in that first half hour. We still may have to have a consent agenda.
So, putting together the ideas and having an agenda for the next year of ideas and work sessions and so forth, and you had wanted ideas on that. Are you putting that together now that we should?
If you have some suggestions, we're all ears.
I have a lot of things that I question, like when you look at Hibbard, how is it going with having the life skills students there with the rest of the students? Just questions like that I would like to ask, so.
We could probably fill all of our work sessions with some of the programmatic stuff
Right.
that we haven't
Sure.
had the opportunity to really talk about for a while, and then it would easily evolve into the facilities needs conversations.
Yeah, there may be so many topics that
Uh-huh.
we might have to put the topics out there and then begin to prioritize.
Although I think you can probably put some of them together. I mean, you'll be able to group them so that you can have a work session that covers, it'll be organized so that you
Again,
would
they need to fall
specifically-
under the strategic plan.
Well, and if you look at our mission and our vision, big chunks, literate, career and college ready. I mean, I think those two statements really lend themselves to the kind of discussions we ought to have. And then they come to the strategic plan, very specific strategies. But the things that, the mission that Aaron read at the beginning, I mean, those are 3 points right there that, bang, we ought to be looking at how we're doing that or how we need to do it in the next few years.
Anybody else? Any other comments? Okay, well, we can look forward to that happening in March. March Madness.
Oh, that would be different from now.
Well, I didn't say that.
I think
Sorry, that popped
legally
out.
we can't use that terminology. I believe it's copyrighted.
Okay. I don't think we have any press here with us.
I think we
We'll have to get
Pam,
their
did you have any
stories.
questions? Take the morning off.
And she'll make sure that appears in the minutes.
Okay, we're ready for our consent items.
Consent items include the approval of our minutes of the January 9th meeting and executive session. Recommendation by Human Resources, there is not an addendum tonight. Recommendation accounts payable, approval of the Form 9 biannual financial report, approval of the Common Wage Committee. Are we taking that one off?
We won't need that for a month or so.
We will not need that one. Change order in the form of a deduct at Crestdale, and approval of the Technology e-learning regional conference grant. We've discussed that before. And a recommendation for the filing of reports, exceptional needs special education report.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent items? Kelly? Second? Dixie? Comments, questions?
Couple of major league retirements there. On the
Oh, I
list.
know.
Yeah.
They'll be missed.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Public commentary?
Guys in the back.
Okay. Follow-up, old business.
I have none.
Okay, actually, I have a couple appointments. I need to do the policy appointment, and that is Pat.
Did we do that?
And the ISBA is Aaron Stevens. It's going to continue in that role, so
Yay, Rob.
thank you very much, both of you. Okay. Any other old business or anything anybody wants to talk about? We'll move on to the superintendent and board reports, reflections, and celebrations.
I don't know where I'd begin on the celebrations. We really do have a number of celebrations, and the beautiful thing is, I think Bridget Hazelbaker is doing a great job of getting that out on the website so that whatever I say in this board meeting is almost redundant. One of the really nice functions that we just had last week was the mentoring breakfast. Really nice, and I would thank and celebrate our many, many, many mentors that we have throughout the system.
And we should mention, I'm sorry, this is the part we like to have on television. The early college was recognized as a partnership in education at the Chamber of Commerce dinner, and that was very well received by a number of people.
Well, I wanted to celebrate, or I want to celebrate, each board member as well as administration for the many, many, many events that are attended. And I just jotted down a few. I don't think it's comprehensive, and you're welcome to join in. But we had the chamber dinner and the awards that many people attended. We had a couple board members who were judges at our citywide 3rd and 4th grade spelling bee at Charles. The state superintendent, Glenda Ritz, was inaugurated on Saturday, and some of us were in attendance of that.
Along with the REA president.
Exactly. And I know that Dixie judged the Business Professionals of America projects on a couple Saturdays ago.
And all 25 of them.
Yes, qualified for state. It's fantastic.
This week was a lunchtime conversation at ESA. I know that people are out there visiting various schools and classrooms. Today, Dr. Worf and Mark and Dixie and I was supposed to go, but I decided to save my voice for tonight. They attended, met with some legislators in Indy, so this has been a real long day for them. And of course, the mentor breakfast. And at all of those events, there are faces that are sitting here at this table.
The Martin Luther King breakfast.
Oh, yeah, forgot that. See, I knew I would.
Yeah. And what time is the legislative
Friday.
breakfast Friday?
8.
It's 8 to 9, isn't it?
Is it 8 to 9?
8 to 9.
I would have to
And
look
it's at
also.
IU East?
It's at IU East.
Do we need reservations?
No, that's open to the public.
I never thought about that. I was just going to go.
Dixie and I said that we would bring back to the board this information from Dick Ham. He's our new representative, and he could not meet with us today, but his legislative assistant did meet with us and told us that he would welcome the opportunity to meet with this board on a Thursday evening or during a Friday. He would really welcome it. He's back in Richmond during those times, and
Great idea to take him
all
up
we'll
on.
do, I think we should take him up on
agree.
that. I
So
think he
too.
wants that. And Alan Paul did meet with us, had lunch with us, was very, very open to communication with us. And but I do think we need to schedule, and
Yeah.
I've asked Pam to work with you and schedule something with Representative Ham in the not-too-distant future. We don't want to get too far into the legislative season. I'm suggesting as early as next week, maybe, even, to try to make this happen.
Yeah, sooner the better.
Okay, great. Anybody else have anything?
I didn't get to attend yesterday, but apparently Brandon Pope was back at the high school yesterday and
Yes.
spoke for Martin Luther King Day celebration.
I know, I was hoping there would be a video.
I don't know if there is one or not. I'll
Sure
check to
either.
see.
It would have been worth seeing.
It would have.
Great.
Brendan's a wonderful kid.
Well, let it be known that at 10:50, we are adjourned.
President.
That's right.